I would like to call to order the December 19, 2023 meeting of the West Palm Beach Planning Board. If the clerk will call the roll, please.
Andres Paradello,
Here.
Deborah Rainey,
Here.
Steve Mine,
Here.
Will Corrente,
Here.
Patrick Mayfield,
Here.
Gene Marseille Jr.,
Present. Marseille.
Sam Fish.
Present.
And did you call Peter Pivko?
Yes, may the record reflect that Peter Pivko is not in attendance tonight.
Thank you so much. As we get started, for those who wish to speak this evening, we need you to fill out a card and give it to the clerk. So please do that if you wish to speak this evening. The first order of business of the Planning Board is the approval of the November 21, 2023 minutes. Has everyone had the opportunity to review them? Are there any changes or corrections? And if not, I'm looking for a motion for approval.
I'll make a motion.
A motion, have we a second? Motion and second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? It passes unanimously. Next on our agenda is the report of the planning staff. Ms. Van.
Good evening, Chair, board members. Angela Van, Planning and Zoning Administrator. Give you a quick update of the cases.
Excuse me, Angela, if you could speak more in the microphone, we're having trouble hearing you.
I'm trying to, cases that were heard since your last meeting in November. First case was the Nora Project text amendments. This was ordinance number 507323, which text amendments to the zoning code, which allowed certain amenities and accessory enclosed spaces. Also increased the occupying 30% maximum gross rooftop area to 35%, clarified covered structures and limitation that don't allow 30% of the primary elevation of the frontage, and also remove any conflicting or redundant language. You heard this at your October 17th meeting, and you approved it by a vote of 6-0, and Commission approved this on second reading on the 27th of November by a vote of 5-0 also. Next case is 319 Belvedere Road. This was a request to change the .63 acres shown here from commercial and making the whole site actually commercial east. Currently, the front part is commercial east and the back part is commercial. So, and you heard this at your September 19th, 2023 meeting. You approved it by a vote of 6-0, and Commission approved this on November 27th, also by a vote 5-0. Next one is City Place sign code amendments. Just basically used to include some clarifying language and some definitions within the sign code specifically related to City Place, Rosemary Square, the square, which name you want to use. You heard this on your September 19th, 2023 board meeting, and Commission approved this on December the 11th by a vote of 4-0. Last case is the Contemporary, which is located in Center Park office. You heard to build a 13-story, 155,765 square foot office building. You approved this at your October 17th meeting by vote of 6-0, and the Commission approved this also on December the 11th by a vote of 4-0. That concludes staff's update. Any questions you may have?
Okay, any questions of staff? If not, thank you. Next on the agenda are remarks by the chairperson, and I would like to use this opportunity to introduce our newest member, Sam Fish. Mr. Fish will be serving as our board's first alternate, which means he will be participating fully in all of our discussions and all of our proceedings, whereas here a board member is absent, he will also be voting as well. Mr. Fish is a graduate of Georgetown University. He has resided in the city of West Palm Beach for 35 years and has engaged in real estate development within the city for the past 20 years. We welcome his insights and his experience. Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Next is the declaration of ex parte communications. Let me begin by disclosing that I had short Zoom meetings with the applicants on case numbers 950, followed by many Rs, Z23060036, 1492B, and 1429C. Those discussions will not prevent me from deciding the cases solely upon the evidence presented this evening. As to all other matters that we will be hearing today, I have had no other ex parte communications. I've received no written communications. I've conducted no investigations. I have made no site visits, and I received no expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made a part of the record. Does anyone else have anything to disclose? Let me start with you, Andre.
Yeah, Andre Paradello. I did have some ex parte communications with, regarding planning board case numbers PB 950 and 6Rs, and as well as planning board case number 1965. But as to matter of all projects that will be presented this evening, I have not
Excuse
had
me,
any.
Andre, I think we need you to say that you'll decide this solely upon the evidence presented this evening. After this.
Correct.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yep.
And you continue, please.
As to matter of the projects presented this evening, I have had ex parte communications. I have received no written communications, nor conducted any investigations or any site visits, and I have not received any expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be part of the record.
As it relates to the agenda items this evening, I have had ex parte communications with planning board cases 950 and the 6Rs, with case number 1965 and 1429. However, my decisions this evening will be based on the information presented. I have not received any other written communications. I have not conducted an investigation, and I have not made a site visit. I have not received expert opinions, and I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
As to the matters this evening, planning board case PB 950 6Rs, planning board case 1965, and planning board case numbers 1429B and 1429C. I did attend short Zoom meetings. I will make my decision this evening based on the evidence presented before me. I have not had additional ex parte communications. I've not received written communications. I have not conducted an investigation. I have not made a site visit, and I have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
With respect to planning board case PB 956R, number 1965, and 1429B and C, I did meet with the applicants and their representatives over Zoom. The items that were discussed at those meetings will not influence my decision on the presentation of evidence this evening. In addition, I do believe I received the letters of support that were circulated by staff for planning board case PB 950. I don't know if that, coming from staff, if that's something that needs to be declared.
We need to make part of the record, but if it came from staff, we can assume it's already part of the record.
Okay. I have not conducted an investigation. I have not made a site visit. I have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
All right, Gene.
As to all matters on the agenda, I have not had ex parte communications. I did receive written requests to meet in which I did not meet. I did receive letters of support for, I believe, case 1950? 950. I have not conducted an investigation. I have not made a site visit. I have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record. My decisions today will be based solely on the evidence presented.
Okay, Sam.
Sam Fish. I did attend a Zoom call with council as well as some of the applicants for planning board PB 950 with the 6 Rs, planning board case 1965, as well as 1429B, 1429C. Any written communications were Zoom invitations to these presentations. I have not conducted any independent investigations.
Excuse me,
I have
Sam.
not.
Sam, we need you to say that you will make your decisions tonight based solely upon the evidence presented this evening.
Yeah.
Okay, affirm that and then go forward now with the
Okay.
rest.
My decisions tonight will be based solely on any information presented this evening. I have not conducted any investigation. I have not made any site visit, and I have not received any expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
All right, thank you so much. That then brings us to the swearing in of speakers. Let me again, for those who came late, if you wish to speak this evening, we need you to fill out a card and give it to the clerk. For those who do wish to offer testimony this evening, if you please stand up and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding will be truthful? I do. All right, please be seated. So next on our agenda are continued cases, of which there are none. That then brings us to Planning Board Case number 950, RRRRRR. Mr. Oyer.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and Planning Board members. My name, for the record, is Harvey Oyer of Shutton Bowen. On behalf of the applicant, which is City Place Retail, LLC, better known to most of you all as the related companies. So I'm delighted to be before you this evening to seek your approval of a Level 3 site plan approval, which is your jurisdiction as a recommending body to the City Commission. This is not a zoning issue. The property is already properly zoned and comp plan. This is a site plan approval. And it is for 2 office towers that I am circling, together with public open space and plaza and ground and second and third floor retail uses. You know the location, or I think you do, but it is what we have historically known as the movie theater AMC site, Brio Comedy Club. As you know, that block is coming down as we speak, together with the existing parking garage that will be rebuilt on the same footprint, identical to what is there today. That is a 25-year-old garage, not terribly efficient by today's standards, EV charging stations, et cetera. So that will be rebuilt and integrated into the east of the 2 towers. This is the development program that is to be accomplished as part of the Level 3 site plan approval. It is a 24-story tower on the east and a 22-story tower on the west. The zoning code allows up to a 25-story building. The development program is about 745,000 square feet of Class A office building, divided between the 2 buildings, about 64,000 square feet of retail, a total of about 21,000 square feet of public open space that is divided between generic open space and a passageway between the 2 buildings. The required parking, which is substantial, over 1,300 spaces, many of those being provided in a subgrade single parking garage that spans the entire block, some of it being provided in an internal parking garage in the east tower, and 59 spaces being provided in the Hibiscus garage. So the overwhelming majority will be underneath the city block or integrated internally into the east tower You will not see it from the outside. There will be fenestration, windows, look like office building, and then a few spaces in a garage. So I am not going to go through the entire site plan because I think staff is going to do that. Instead, I'm going to cover the big picture of the development program, its context within the neighborhood and the community, and the 9 waivers that are required in order to construct this. So I won't go through all of them here because I'm going to go through them in detail as we proceed. This is simply a summary. So this is the site plan. Let me first point out that this could and should, under the code, be developed bumper to bumper, property line to property line development. It's a new urbanist philosophy, bring development to the street edge. In this particular case, though, putting buildings of this mass street edge to street edge would not allow this block to breathe. So what we've done very intentionally from a design perspective is to break up the massing, put a large public open space in between the two that we refer to as a paseo, but a passageway, and the buildings to create architectural interest. There's a lot of articulation and movement in the buildings, and the buildings, you'll note, are curvilinear, which also softens the edge of the building. So it'll make 2 large buildings feel softer, allow that block to be more porous and breathable. That's all by design. You'll see on the right is the rebuilt garage that is integrated into the parking decks of this building, together with one large underground parking deck that you will not see. The public open spaces, which are substantial, are all at grade, and they too are very intentional, not just to break up the building mass, but to someday create another pedestrian pathway to the Brightline station. Related owns the Ballet Village block to the north. Presumably someday that will be redeveloped. It's a very old product. And when it is, rather than Brightline users having to walk in rectangular grids up and down Quadrille and Rosemary, it'll allow a diagonal cut through, making all of the neighborhood more porous and walkable. That is the big idea. Here is the basement parking site plan, not really relevant to tonight's waiver discussion, but wanted to share it with you. These are the overall elevations, so you can see 6-level, 70-foot parking garage replacing the one that is there today. This one will be screened differently, so it does not appear as a parking garage, much like the screening that you see on the Kravis Center today or the screening on the Convention Center parking garage. We've shaded in behind it a building that is not presently there. That is the 515 Fern building that was approved and not yet built. And you can see the shading of the 360 Rosemary building, which is there and fully occupied. So this is that passageway, and you can see the basement garage completely below grade. This provides some context where tall buildings will be in our future, which, as you know, is different than what was contemplated 25 years ago with the downtown master plan. A lot has changed since then, most notably the Brightline station and the concept of clustering height and density and people around nodes of transportation. It also keeps it west of the FEC railroad line, which is one less mobility issue crossing another train track to get in and out of the downtown to work. And most importantly, it is integrating multiple uses within a few blocks of each other, which from a land planning perspective and mobility perspective is a far more efficient way of living and working. Some further context as to height in the area. The site that we're discussing this evening is in yellow. It's permitted, as I said, to 25 stories. We're proposing 23 and 24. 575 Rosemary, you know, is the old Macy's site. That is almost completed at 21 stories. The Publix block, which will be redeveloped, hopefully with a new Publix soon, is permitted up to 25 stories. As I mentioned, 515 Fern is approved and not yet built at 25 stories. 360 Rosemary is in place and fully occupied, and you can see what is permitted in the other locations, including all of the east side of Quadrille at up to 25 stories. So suffice it to say, this is the cluster of where the tall buildings will be in the future in our downtown. This is a matter of policy. This was already approved previously. This is simply to provide context. So why don't we go through the waivers one by one? Waivers 1 and 2 have to do with active use liners. So the code requires obviously an active use liner on the first floor, which we meet, and on the second and third floor, but at a lower percentage. And we, I think, would meet this if we didn't have this garage attached to it. And the garage attached to it requires all of this to be read together on the second and third floors. So because we are attached to the garage, we are seeking a reduction from the 60% requirement to 52%. And again, if we did not have the pre-existing garage attached to us, we would more than meet that on the second and third levels. On the fourth and fifth levels, that is purely parking. We have no active use there, and that is for a reason. I know this board doesn't normally see it. The Downtown Action Commission normally sees it, but I don't know of a building approved and built in recent years that did not require an upper story active use waiver or variance in the downtown. And that is because when our city was platted by Mr. Flagler in 1894, no one ever anticipated automobiles. We didn't have automobiles. And so the lot dimensions throughout the original plat of our downtown are not deep enough to put a legal parking garage. By the time you add in the drive aisle widths that are required by code, the parking stall length and the parking stall width, the turn radii, the site visibility angles, you cannot build a legally compliant parking garage on the depth of one of our city blocks, and also have your 25-foot liner space. As a result, I don't think I can think of a project approved in recent years that did not require this identical waiver. Normally it comes in front of DAC. So what we do to compensate for that, because the public policy reason for having an active use liner is so that the public is not looking at a ventilated parking garage. And we solve for that by putting windows and making it look like part of the building. So outlined in red is what those floors would look like to the public, very much like the City Place Office Tower, 360 Rosemary, 1 Flagler. All of those are lined with windows that look like human beings are behind it, but there are no human beings behind it. It is a legally compliant parking garage that otherwise could not be built. So that's a very common variance or waiver. And we did that all on the east side so that we wouldn't have to do it on the west tower, which is the more public-facing of the two towers. So the lesser of the evils was to consolidate and make a much more efficient garage and not try to do it in both buildings. The third waiver is for total lot area coverage. The requirement is 55%, and we are 7 percentage points above that at 62%. And again, this waiver is entirely occasioned by being attached to the existing garage to integrate that parking. If the garage were not part of the calculation, we would not need this waiver. And so the waiver request is from the code required 55% up to 62%. It is a difference of 10,000 square feet, all of which is captured here. So this is a lot coverage waiver. Waivers 4 and 5 are setback waivers. And these are counterintuitive because people like me normally stand in front of you seeking a setback waiver to get closer to the property line. This is the reverse of that. We very intentionally designed the building to pull it further back to create that breathability and walkability in the block that I discussed earlier. And in doing that, we actually don't meet the code for being close enough to the property line because we're too far away. And I will outline where those occur. The first one is on the south end of the project at Hibiscus, and that is because we are required to have a planar break between these two buildings. Well, when you create the planar break, you have to measure the setback from the deepest point in the project. We no longer meet code. If we were measuring from up here, we would meet code, but we don't meet code because of the inset of the building to provide the planar break. At the top where I'm circling, we meet our setback requirement on the ground floor, but we do not meet it on the second level, and that is because, as I said, like a wedding cake, they're stepping the building back, and so we are seeking an increase, with your permission, from 54 feet to 60 feet, so 6 feet further back. But it allows the architect to create that articulation and interest in the building that I'll show you in a moment. The final one is here on the corner of Rosemary and Gardenia, and that is because you have to measure to the furthest point, and with the curvilinear nature of the building, that is back here. If we had a rectangular building, which is more typical, we would meet the requirement because the measuring point would be right here. So again, to soften the building, very intentional design objective, it creates a waiver request. Waiver number 6 is a podium setback. Again, this is occasioned in part by the curvilinear design because you have to measure back here instead of up here, but it is more so created by the fact that we wanted to create a very wide walkway on the ground plane. So we created a greater setback here than is normal, and then we cantilevered the building over the top. So you have, I don't know what that is, over a 20-foot height, floor to ceiling, of these first 2 floors to create a wide pedestrian pathway that is covered from the elements, and then we cantilever the building back over it. Well, on the ground level, we are required to measure from where the building actually begins, which is back here, but the overwhelming majority of the building is actually right here, and had we been allowed to measure from that point, we would meet code. So we would have met code in either case, but for the purposeful design, which we think is more in the public's interest. And then finally, waivers 7 through 9, your code requires that street trees be planted a minimum of 30 feet on center, which we have done, but for the areas that you cannot put trees, such as the access to the parking garage on the north, the access to the parking garage on the south, and the transit stop and drop-off area on the west. We do, however, have all of our required trees on site. We simply put them in other areas. We put them closer together, but it is not lacking the required trees. We just can't put them where cars drive. This, too, is an extremely common waiver, as you know. So those are all of our waivers. Wanted to share the architecture with you, and this is final architecture, give you an idea for what I think is, a level above the architecture that we've seen here. I have to compliment my client every time they build a building. The new generation of building is more impressive than the standard in the area. I'm in City Place Office Tower, and that's a 12 or 15-year-old building. 360 Rosemary was a significant step up. These will be a significant step up from 360 Rosemary. And this is the West Tower, looking north on Rosemary. That's the Harriet Himmel Theater, the old Methodist church on the right. This is that open space or paseo between the 2 buildings with the future 515 Fern building shadowed in, but in between that, and it's difficult to tell with the depth there, but that is today Ballet Village that I'm circling, and the idea is to cut through Ballet Village site and create a diagonal pedestrian pathway directly to the Brightline station. There are a number of community benefits I'm not going to read to you, and I'm happy to pause on each of these slides, but this accomplishes a number of policy goals for the city. We have obligations, as you know, that all workers on any development project in City Place, Rosemary Square, be paid Palm Beach County living wage, 15%, a minimum of 15% of all construction services be provided by small business enterprise, minority women-owned business enterprise located in Palm Beach County. I'm proud to say we've exceeded that on every one of our projects. We have standards for minimum LEED silver certification, green roof solar installation, on-site stormwater retention, EV charging stations. I'm proud to say we've met or exceeded all of those in our prior projects. And of course, the more human interaction we put on the street here at all hours of the day decreases our crime rates, raises our property taxes, revenue to the city, and raises the value of the neighborhood. And of course, we have a number of traffic mitigation strategies that were outlined in the zoning that you approved a couple of years ago, all intended to reduce our dependence on automobiles. We have a whole bunch of letters of support, including businesses that are in Rosemary Square, the four HOAs that are in City Place, Brightline. These are all neighbors, either businesses or the surrounding HOAs, Chamber of Commerce, DDA. We comply with the standards for site design and development, which are the standards to which you apply our application tonight. Those are found in section 94-35C of the code. I won't go through all of these because we meet all of them and staff concurs that we meet all of them. If you would like to come back to any of them, I'd be delighted to do so, but in the interest of time, I'm not going to. So our request before you is approval of a level 3 site plan review together with the 9 waivers. Staff recommends approval with 7 conditions. We agree to all 7 conditions, but there's one that we're still working through with the city, and that is the amount of the transit fee. We've agreed to pay it. The city just has not set it yet, I don't believe. And with that, I stand ready for any questions. Thank you for your time and
Let me
attention.
start on this end. Sam, with you. Any questions of the applicant?
I have one question on the parking. In terms of the parking garage and amount of spaces, is there an increase from the current parking spaces, or is there less parking, or?
In the garage itself,
Correct.
let me check. I'm not sure we know the answer of the current garage versus the proposed garage because it's integrated into the podium of the east building. But if you just mean total parking spaces in the area, yes, it's much more because the current garage is about 600 and this will be over 1,300.
Okay.
But I don't know how many are in the existing garage versus the proposed garage if you isolate it by itself because it blends into the podium parking of the east tower.
So you're including the garage and then the underground area?
Underground plus rebuilt existing garage plus those several floors in the east tower that we're masking with windows. All that adds up to over 1,300 spaces.
Okay.
Current garage is 600 and something spaces, so more than doubles the parking.
Okay. Gene, any questions?
Sure. Can you clarify the deviation for the active use liner? Was it 55 and 62%?
Let me go back to that. So on Hibiscus Street, it is a reduction from the 60% requirement on levels 2 and 3 because we meet it on 1, or 100% active use on level 1. As you go up the building, the requirement gets smaller. So on levels 2 and 3, the requirement is 60%, and we are at 26%, which if we cut off the garage that we're integrating into, we would meet it because as you can see, our levels 2 and 3, which are active use, exceed 60% of this building. But when you, as soon as you touch the existing garage, that then becomes part of your building, and that is how we get to the 26%. Then on Gardenia Street, which is on the other side, there's a requirement on the 4th and 5th levels at 50%, and again, we're at 26% on levels 4 and 5. And on levels 4 and 5, which are these two, those are the ones that we are masking with this, which accomplishes the public purpose. The public purpose of the active use is so that we, the general public, are not looking at ventilated parking garages, that we're looking at something more interesting.
Thank you.
All right. Any questions, please?
I do have a question about the active use liner. If you could bring up that image that you just had, looking from hibiscus. In terms of the architectural character of the facade, is that translucent? I know you're mimicking the curtain wall, bringing it down over those two layers, but are we still going to be seeing the lights of cars turning in the deck at night?
Let me ask someone smarter than me. Have an architect answer you.
Please state your name for the record, sir.
David Harrison with Related. It'll have spandrel glass, so you won't be able to see through it at all. So I know the sensitivity of what's in City Place Tower right now, where you can see the cars at night. We won't have that.
So it'll be entirely opaque at
It's
night?
entirely opaque.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Thank you. Patrick, any more questions? Will? Deborah?
I do have another question, but I need clarification. When you mentioned the setback, I think those were waivers 4 through 5. And while you're not doing the minimum, you're increasing it. Is that rationale because of providing more green space, or what was
Providing
that?
more open space.
Open
It's not
space.
necessarily green,
Mm-hmm.
but to open up the site. And in particular, most of these are on, or several of these are on upper levels, so it's not even on the ground level. We meet it at the ground level, but we're stepping back like a wedding cake, the upper levels, and some of them step back further than the code provides for.
Thank you.
Andre, any questions?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask the question about, is there, you didn't mention a waiver from green space, but where do you all fall as far as green space requirements? Are you meeting those? Are you exceeding them? And if so, wondering if the trees that you're not able to fit into the 30-foot on center spacing, are those getting mitigated somewhere else on the site, or how does that all?
So I can answer the last question first. Yes, all of the required trees are on site, so they've been placed somewhere else if they couldn't be in the drive aisles. We do meet those. Whether we exceed the landscape, I'm not sure. We meet landscape and we meet open space. I think we slightly exceed open space, but let me ask if we exceed the landscaping. Do we exceed? We don't know. We meet it, or we would be seeking a waiver for it.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right, thank you. All right. May we hear from the staff, please?
Good evening. For the record, Eric Schneider, Principal Planner. I'm not going to go over everything that Harvey went over in his presentation. I will show you a couple things based on some of the questions that were asked by the board, just for clarification. So this diagram here is actually their required open space areas. The blue is a passageway that's 40 feet wide between the buildings. It's in their development requirements that the planning board saw about a year and a half ago and city commission approved shortly thereafter. I don't think Harvey went into it as much, but this is a required public open space here that was put at the corner of Rosemary and Hibiscus to push this tower back from the Himmel Theater, and then also kind of mirrors a little bit what we have going on the 575, where there's their public open space. So you can see it does step back from Hibiscus to keep that canyon effect back here. So to answer Andre's question, they do have the minimum amount of trees, or the required amount of trees on each one of the frontages. They've grouped them closer together where they were unable to do them because of the drive aisles that they're asking for the waiver for greater than 30 feet, but they have grouped the required shade trees closer together. The other thing is, as far as the open space, the green space that's landscape area that's required within both the public open spaces that you see here on this diagram, as well as the upper levels, it all meets minimum code requirements. I do believe they have a little bit more green space than's required here. They are at their numbers for the public seating that's required and the overhead cover. One of the, Deborah, your question about the above level for why they had the set, it's the more than the build two lines they do have, and that was on the diagram that Harvey showed, was that's their private open space on that upper deck. So they pulled the building back, so they have more private open space, but they're not meeting those build two lines on those levels. Staff does not have is not opposed to that. As far as staff has found that the code is met, and all the waivers, we support the waivers that they've requested. To your question about the parking spaces, they are actually using, and there's a diagram in your planning board packet, one of the attachments that shows what the stackers are. So while they have twice as many or over twice as many parking spaces, let me rephrase that, cars that can physically park in the garage, it's because they're using in a lot of instances, two-level stackers, so the car, or lifts actually, so there'll be two cars on top of each other. And I will show you a picture of this, if you give me a sec. Oops. So as you can see, the valets, and these have to be valet operated, so they will park the cars, one lower and then presumably the upper one lifted up, and then park another one underneath as they are needed. And that's accounts for about 60% of the parking spaces in the building, maybe 70%. There are self-park ones as well for visitors to the building. These are all for employees, and they would know where to go, and the valet the valet plan that we've gotten designates on how all that would work out. As you can even see the electric charger in the lower left of the bottom drawing. That being said, we do support the waivers requested. They do meet the waiver standards. The level 3 site plan does meet all the standards for a level 3 site plan, as well as the requirements in the City Place, or the Rosemary Square East sub area where this is located. I do want to point out that we have worked out the conditions number 1 and number 2 that are in your packet. We have worked out those for them to be able to proceed to City Commission. I'm not going to say that you have to undo those waivers. You can, in your motion, whoever makes the motion can just say that they're all done because they've just been complied with. So are there any questions of staff?
Any questions of staff?
I have one question. With respect to the waivers related to the setbacks, it's really not a question, but just a comment for staff that it seems to be quite onerous. I understand sort of what the code is driving, trying to get the buildings towards the street, but with respect to the point of measurements and where those are taken, maybe it's worth looking at sort of how that section of code is written to provide more leniency.
Just as a follow-up to that, one of the things that the regulations here are based on the downtown master plans regulations, even though you don't see those projects, as Mr. Royer said. That is a typical thing to get the upper stories for percentages of the building closer to the road, so you just don't have a tower set back from the street frontages. This is a unique site because of the size of the block. We did work out when we were looking at the regulations to try to get that so that we would have the buildings not pushed all up on one side and even more evenly distributed to Gardenia and Hibiscus, as opposed to how this came out. It's a matter of how they design the building, and that's why the code does allow the waivers based on the fact that it is the private open space that they're highlighting. Instead of putting it on multiple floors, they use one big floor where the tower is. So it is something that we do look at, and we have looked at through multiple code iterations. And it just happens that, and we don't see that waiver being requested very often. It's more in the downtown where if they are doing it, they're asking, they're falling within that range. So also, you had asked about something, I just forgot what you had asked about, and I was going to address it, but I guess if I think of it, I will say it. So do you have any other
Okay,
questions?
any other questions of staff?
Yeah, so in the existing parking garage by the movie theater, do you know what the capacity of that was?
The applicant said it's about 600 spaces in the existing garage. And so the new,
So the garage is coming down, it's being replaced with a new one, and you'll basically add another 700 odd spaces.
so what's happening is they're going to excavate the entire first level of the block, and you saw a slide, and it's in the background material, and that's going to be parking as well as back of house stuff, the generators, the loading elevators and so forth. Then only in the eastern tower is going to be in generally the same place. The garage is going to be built back up, but it's also going to be integrated into that building. So as you circulate up on the 4th and 5th floors, you'll be either in the garage or in the building, but it's all one. There's no big wall separating them. And this is where you'd asked about the active use liners. Mr. Royer showed you just the east building. The active use liners are for the entire frontage. So while that diagram, and you may have been looking at it saying, well, 25%, 50%, that looks like if you add the square footage from the other building, or the linear frontage of the two buildings together, that's where it's calculated from. It's not per building, so it's the entire frontage. Because one building's 100% and the other building's not 100% averaged out or totaled out. So just to clarify that point.
Okay, any other questions of staff? If not, thank you, Eric. I have 3 cards on this. I'm going to call the names. Please come to either one of the podiums. If there's anyone else who wishes to be heard on this application, please be sure to get to the clerk your card. But the 3 that I have is Dennis Grady, Rafael Clemento, and Donald Burgess. If you can all come forward, and then we'll begin with you, Dennis.
Good evening. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Dennis Grady, and I serve as chairman of the City Place Community Development District, of which this entire proposal before you resides. I'm here to share with you that the Board of Supervisors of the district voted unanimously to support the East-West Tower site plan before you, and because of the surge of business and corporate relocations to West Palm Beach, we are experiencing an unprecedented demand for Class A office space in our community. Your approval of this item tonight will assist in meeting this demand. The plan before you contains 20,000 square feet of open space, which will serve pedestrian traffic well within the district and also aligns with the city's mobility plan. For these reasons and many already articulated this evening, we urge you to support the East-West Towers Level 3 site plan request before you, and I thank you. Mr. Chairman, I also submitted to you a letter. Did you receive and copy to? I have another copy with
Okay,
me.
God bless you. And then you can bring it forth. All right, Raphael, if you want to come forward. And is Donald Burgess still here? If you could follow. Thank you.
The letter, just as a point of clarification, the letters of support that were in the applicant's presentation as well as emailed to you offline were also submitted to staff, and we've submitted those in the
Okay,
record.
so that's your answer, Dennis. All right.
Good evening, Rafael Clemente, Executive Director of the Downtown Development Authority. On November 14th, the applicant came and presented the details of this project to the DDA board, received unanimous support for the requests before you tonight. In particular, of importance to the DDA is the way this project enhances the connection of the square to the center of downtown by capitalizing on what's already happening with the inclusion of Brightline, the changing conditions in our downtown, that brilliant connection, that diagonal, which is part of the bigger vision, obviously, for the square, is what we've always hoped for. You know, we've always wanted this direct connection between then City Place, now the square, and the heart of our downtown, and this achieves it in the best way possible by capitalizing on what is already happening. It's been said earlier, but the inclusion of roughly a half acre of more open space that is a pedestrian paseo, this is exactly what we're trying to achieve in our downtown district, and ticks a lot of boxes. It's all been said to you already, but on behalf of the board, we urge approval of the request tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and other members of the dais, Donald Burgess, President and CEO of the Chamber of Commerce of the Palm Beaches. Related Companies has been transforming our downtown with very thoughtful projects for many years now, and this East-West Towers site plan is no different. The leadership at the Chamber of Commerce of the Palm Beaches was given an opportunity to review the proposed development, and we are pleased to announce our endorsement. The square will be enhanced by these two buildings that will not only provide office space for relocating and expanding businesses, but also provide easier walkability for pedestrians who traverse that area by creating a walkway that connects with the public, with the greater downtown area. The project addresses the growing need for Class A office spaces within the downtown area and offers opportunities for retail and restaurant spaces along with improvements to the pedestrian experience. During construction, Related commits to paying all workers at the Palm Beach County living wage, and 15% of all construction services will be provided by small business, women, or minority-owned enterprises located in Palm Beach County. Recognizing the significant contributions such developments make to our city's economic landscape and urban fabric, we are delighted to support Related Companies' proposal, and as the CEO of the Chamber of Commerce, I strongly encourage your support for the site plan approval of East-West Towers. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else for the public who wishes to be heard on this application? And if not, we'll bring it back to the board for discussion. Does anyone have any concerns about this application? I just want to make one comment. You know, part of the reasons they need some of these technical waivers is because of the interesting architecture. You know, if they had simply built boxes, they wouldn't have needed it. And we want to encourage great architecture. They shouldn't be penalized for that, it seems to me.
Especially at the location, because you've got, you know, the Himmel, which you don't want a building directly across the street from the Himmel on the line. You know, you've got the old Macy's site, which is set back slightly.
Right.
You know, so you've got a courtyard there, and you know, just as it is now, you've got pedestrian issues downtown, so it's good to have more space away from the area, right from the crosswalks, so that traffic can actually see who's coming into the crosswalk and safer and easier. It's a good design.
Okay. If so, then I'll be looking for a motion.
I'll make the motion.
Okay.
I move that the planning board recommend to the city commission approval of planning board case number 950RRRRRR, a request by Harvey E. Oyer III of Schutz & Bowen LLP on behalf of City Place Retail LLC for the approval of a level 3 site plan to construct a 21-story tower and 23-story tower consisting of approximately 744,492 square feet of office and 63,890 square feet of retail, including a parking structure and ground-level public open space with waivers from the city's zoning and land development regulations at 550 Rosemary Avenue within the City Place commercial plan development. The motion is based upon the testimony presented at the hearing, along with the application submitted and the staff report, which constitutes competent, substantial evidence. The planning board hereby makes findings of fact that the application complies with the required standards in section 94-35C of the City of West Palm Beach zoning and land development regulations. In addition, this recommendation is based subject to the conditions of approval contained in the staff report dated December 19th, 2023. I move that these conditions are necessary to ensure compliance with the purpose and intent of the zoning and land development regulations and consistency with the comprehensive plan of the city of West Palm Beach.
Okay, we have a motion. Have we a second?
Second.
Motion and second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. We now move to Planning Board case number 1965. May we hear from the applicant? Mr. Seymour? Oh, are these all for 1965? I'm gonna give them back too, because I want to give them to Joey. He took me seriously. Okay.
Good evening. For the record, I am one of the people smarter than Harvey Oyer in the room.
Is he still here? Yes.
Oh,
okay.
yeah, I wouldn't have said if he wasn't here. For the record, my name is Brian Seymour on behalf of the applicant. We have with us a number of folks in the development team. You just heard from the related companies. Now you're hearing from the related group. We are here tonight with Rick Fortenberry and Andrew Chesnick from Related, Fidel Zabik from Architectonica, our design architect, Rudolph Uhlman, I'm gonna go with Uhlman, he's sitting in the back, if he's nodding his head yes, then that's his name, who's our landscape architect, Greg Wilfong from Kimley Horn, Stephanie Guerra from Kimley Horn, who are the civil and traffic engineers respectively, and of course, my trusty sidekick, John Roach, who made sure I had all the information tonight from all those experts to give you. The Related group is unrelated to Related, but they're long-standing community developer, a variety of projects they've developed over the course of time, from luxury high-rise condominiums to more affordable developments, including right here in West Palm Beach. Their distinctive brand of culture, design, and lifestyle-infused properties revitalizes urban neighborhoods throughout South Florida and elsewhere. As you may know, they were the developer of Icon Marina Village, which is about 1,200 feet south of the proposed development here, and our longstanding committed partner here in the city of West Palm Beach. The site here is located along North Flagler Drive between 48th and 49th Street. It's 1.45 acres, of which 0.26 acres are submerged lands, currently occupied by 2 single-family residences with 2 accessory dwellings. That's outlined in red as you can see it. It's a pretty thin site, but it is an existing site there. Although currently occupied by single-family residents, it is zoned for multifamily. It has a future land use of multifamily. The density is at 32. It's a little over 32 the way that the calculation comes out, but it's an MF32 at 32 units per acre. As you can see, that is consistent with the entirety of the east side of Flagler. The RPD used to be MF32. That's Alba, which I'll talk about in a little bit. And then the ROS is a public park. Otherwise, what you can see, and the PORPD is an old office building, but everything else you can see the city commission has determined is where they want the density and therefore ultimately height that will come. This is the vision that we're trying to implement this evening. So we're looking to rezone the property, similar to what Alba did, from the MF32 to RPD, that will allow for the construction of a 46-unit high-end multifamily condominium of 25 stories. Underneath, there's a 2-level parking structure with about 100 spaces, 97 of which are required. We got a few extras. There will be amenities, primarily focused on the rooftop of the garage with a little bit on the waterfront as well. The site plan that you can see focuses on Flagler and the single-family homes that are to the west. So you saw on the map that MF32 is all over the east side. On the west side is all single-family residential homes. And so when we looked at this, and the focus from Architectonica was, what do we do relative to Flagler and west, and how do we address that in our design? Because that is the primary impact area. Nothing is perfect, as you're, I'm sure, going to hear later tonight. But as you can see, one of the things that we've done is we've added 2 layers of landscaping along Flagler. There will be some public art there, and as well walking and a nice pedestrian facility there. The focus of this is on setbacks. So the ZLDRs, the code only requires a 25-foot setback. That's that blue line that you see. And you could put a building as tall as you can go right there on that 25-foot line, right against Flagler, right against those adjacent neighborhoods, whether it's 40 feet or 60 feet or 100 feet or 200 feet, whatever could fit. But we weren't looking for that. What we did was we focused on that MF32 is all up and down the east side of Flagler. So that's where you're going to ultimately see higher density, higher heights, and focus on what that's going to be, knowing that that single-family neighborhood to the west is going to remain where it is. And so the architects, they put emphasis on that front setback. And so what you can see is at the ground floor there, it is at a 40-foot setback. Now, the height allowed by code would be 40 feet at the 25-foot setback, 15 feet closer. And in fact, we're only at that point at about 32.5 feet. So we are further back and lower than allowed at the primary access point right along Flagler and right across from the single-family residential neighborhoods that are to the west. That covers about half of the project. So about half of the building length is at that 32.5 feet. From there, we go up one story, but by the time we get there, and this, you have about another 100 feet of setback. You get to some internal amenities. Again, you can see that pool deck. Those are external amenities. You get to the social room. Those are those internal amenities that we have. And again, coming to the additional 200 feet before we even get to that phase. And that's about 19% and about 46 feet in height at that point. And so the height of the building that's actually going to be the issue is the fourth floor up. That is now 328 feet back from Flagler and further from the residential neighborhoods to the west. This is almost 300 feet more than the required setback. Now, the code, when they talk about height, focuses not on the front setback, but it focuses on side and rear setbacks. And so I'm going to talk about that in a little bit. But we focused ourselves on that front setback because this is a very unique area. This doesn't have anything next to it on its sides that isn't also likely going to be 32 units per acre, which is going to demand some height, some density, that's going to be required. And so instead of focusing on trying to create a squatty building that's closer to the single-family homes, we went for taller, thinner, away from those single-family homes and away from Flagler, and again, giving you that double layer of landscaping that you wouldn't have if we were right on that 25-foot setback. This is consistent with this is just what you can see from a cut sheet of the architecture where you can see the different levels and layers of how we go back. You've got the 40-foot setback, then you get back to the additional 200 feet, then you go back further to that over 300 feet before you get to the building. So that portion of the building that you see, that's the height, is the smallest portion of that building. It's about 18% of the site's upland area. So the height is not spread across the totality of the project, but pushed back towards the water and away. And so here you can see the rendering of this. In the background here, you can see Placido Del Mar and the Palm Beach House. That's looking from the south to the north. And then from the north, as you look south, that shaded is not built. They haven't started construction, but that is Alba. So you can see that, and contextually, you can see as we're getting some of that height, all of that east of Flagler. So what we're asking for is this is a residential plan development. The RPD is pursuant to the code, specifically allowed waivers to encourage through incentives the use of innovative land planning and development techniques. In this case, what we're again focused on is the unique nature of this specific site in this specific area of the city where the front is actually the most impactful to people. Here, the code gives some specifics as to things that can be waived: height, setback, lot dimensions, and lot area requirements. That is some of it. It is non-exclusive. They are, there's been a court case, I know because I did it, that it is not limited to those specific determinations. So the first waiver we're going to talk about, and I'm going to focus on two waivers that we're going to go over. There are the total of 7. I'm not going to cover all of them. I'm going to focus on the ones where we have some disagreement with the staff. So in this case, what we're trying to do is get that lot area requirement covered. And so you've got 2 acreage requirements that are required for PDs. One, generally speaking, is that you have to have 10 acres to do a residential plan development. And we, of course, have 1.45 acres. This is consistent with almost all of the residential plan developments that have been approved in the city. The only one that I know of that had over 10 acres was Marina Village, but Flagler House under 10 acres, Alba under 10 acres, Forte under 10 acres, LeClaire under 10 acres. So the 10-acre requirement, we all agree, is a waivable requirement. Staff supports the waiver on that as well. The other is in a different section of the code, but does say that to utilize 100% of your submerged land density, you would need 2 acres, or you have to ask for a PD, at which point you need 2 acres. Well, we don't have the 2 acres. So we're asking for a waiver of that 2-acre requirement in order to utilize 100% of the submerged lands. And really what that comes down to is we won't fill them. We could go ask the DEP. There are lands. We own them. Put in a new seawall, fill them, use 100% of the density. We don't want to do that. That's not great for the environment. We're not proposing that in any way. But what we are asking is for a waiver to allow us to utilize the density as though we did that because we could go seek to do that. And that gives an additional 3 units. So, and that's it. It's not a lot of units to it, but on an impact perspective, but it does create an impact to the project and making sure we can make this the best project possible. We are willing to record a statement, as did Alba in the public records of Palm Beach County, that submerged land cannot be filled, so that goes off the table with this density. Again, we're just following along with what Alba did. That was done by resolution number 2-22. And here what you can see is the Alba approval. On the left, they had 1.73 acres, including their submerged land. If you look on the bottom where you see 1.73 acres gross, that is a clip that was taken from the survey for Alba. So here we've got 1.73 for Alba, we've got 1.45 for us. They had just about double the submerged lands. They had so they have 11 additional units that they got as a requirement or as an allowance from that waiver. We're asking to be treated the same tonight to basically get a few extra units along this, just like Alba did. Now we have some other things that are different, and we have one other issue that we want to talk about, which is the building height. And I know that there's going to be some discussion about the allowance of the submerged lands waiver. That's for the City Commission. So I'm not going to get into the legal argument on that tonight, but just wanted to point out that that is something that's been done. It's consistent, and we're asking for the same thing there. So the other waiver is relative to the height and setbacks. And the way the MF32 zoning designation is that you can do 40 feet of height by right. And then if you want to go higher, again, focusing on the sides and rear, for every foot of setback, or every foot of setback, you get 2 feet of height. Now, as I mentioned, about half of the building is lower than that 40-foot allowance in height, at about 32 feet 6 inches. So we're talking about a piece of it that goes to 55 feet, which is about 19%, and the rest that is goes to 287 and 4, and that's, again, only about 18% of the upland area for the site that is the cause for this waiver. And it is consistent, that waiver request with and the heights are consistent with what we see on the east side of Flagler and facing the water in other areas. But in this particular area, you can see that the heights range from about 200 to 400 feet. Right in the middle of that, I actually did the exact average. I did the math. Where you take it, and the exact average of all of those heights is 306 feet approximately. We're at 287 feet and 4 inches. And so, again, this is just a generally consistent area for what we're seeing. This is what a by right development would look like in red, roughly. It's not architected, but I want to make the point here. You can put a box, there's not 50 units. You can go in without a public hearing, without anything, and put a 40-foot building 15 feet off of Flagler without much to it that doesn't add a lot to the neighborhood. And it's higher and closer to Flagler than what we have for the vast majority of this building. And so what, again, we've done, yes, there's height, pushed it further away and tried to deal with some of those issues. And again, it's very little traffic, very little impact when you're talking about, 40-something units. If you really want to get into the traffic engineering, I got the engineer here. I'm sure she could explain it to you, but it's very, very little traffic there. So the other thing I wanted to look at is, what did Alba do? And so what we did is we overlaid Alba onto the project. And yes, it is shorter, but it's a wider building from Water towards Flagler, east to west. And so you get an additional roughly 200 feet of setback with a little bit of a taller building as part of this, as opposed to just trying to match Alba, where they did a lot more with their waterfront amenities than we're looking to do, and we're looking to keep ourselves off of Flagler and away from the neighborhoods. Again, that you get a little bit more landscaping on the Flagler side, because you can see the red is where Alba is, the black is where it's an exact overlay. And again, we're consistent generally with the neighborhood, and that's really the point that we were trying to make. The other point is the setback waivers that we're requesting by percentage are not so bad either, right? They look like something. Again, we're talking about 18% of the total upland area, but it's for that waiver, we're going 73 to 88%, which is fairly consistent with waivers that are provided both on the North Flagler and South Flagler areas. So you've got 68 to 78% for Forte, up to 91% for Flagler Towers, and then Alba 71 to 83. This is not something that hasn't been seen. It's consistent, and in fact, when you look at Alba as compared to Apogee, it is very consistent with the neighborhood, with what has been allowed. So there are, as I said, a number of other waivers. Harvey wanted me to talk fast because apparently he's got a bunch of other work he needs to do tonight, so I'm trying to get through this for him. Those waivers are not really an issue. We can go through them if need be. If you have questions about them, those are ones that staff agrees with as well, so we didn't spend a lot of time on that. We have had a couple of neighborhood meetings. We've actually had quite a few individually and throughout. We had an October 10th meeting with NCON. I will publicly chastise myself. I said we should go talk to NCON before we go to the individual neighborhoods. That was wrong. I know Northwood Harbor folks are here. I take responsibility for that. We did go meet with them after. I know they were upset that we didn't come meet with them first. Totally reasonable. We did go meet with them. There were some concerns, a lot of concerns about construction traffic. We understand that, and we'll continue to work with them on that. We've had a number of one-on-one meetings as well. One of the things that we want to continue to work on, both with the staff and with the neighborhood, is the menu of items that we can provide to add to this neighborhood as part of what we're doing here. Obviously, with this kind of high-end development, we want high security, we want good landscaping, we want to have a high-quality neighborhood because we're selling a high-quality product. And so some of the things that we talked about and are willing to continue to talk through to see what we can put some final real details to is some streetscape or light fixture improvements, crosswalks and pedestrian safety improvements. There's areas where there needs to be repainting. We could upgrade thermoplast. There's things that can be done with that. Improvements to the parks in the neighborhood, some traffic calming, just like we did when we put the roundabout in on 45th Street, I think it was. Someone would correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sure, and talk about the possibility with working with the city of security improvements in the neighborhood as well. Again, that's a menu of items. We got time to work through that. If we can get a recommendation of approval tonight, we will continue to work with our neighbors and with city staff together to refine that and define that very particularly. With that, we've submitted a lot of information. We have a lot of experts, architects, planners, transportation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All of the standards are met, all of the qualitative design and development standards are met, the waiver standards are met. This is consistent with what's planned for and what has been approved for the neighborhood on this side of Flagler. Again, focusing on the front setbacks as opposed to the side and, in this case, water, the rear setback, to create a high-quality product. And high-quality project. Again, as to the waivers, all we're asking on the ones that are at issue is to we be given the same waiver that Alba was given on that 2 acres, even though it's fewer units. And again, the north and south setbacks so that we can create this project that you've seen tonight. We do meet the requirements of the approval as identified in all of the materials that have been submitted, and we do ask for your recommendation of approval tonight. I'm happy to answer questions or have people who are smarter than me and Harvey come up and answer them for us.
Okay, let's start this then. Andre, any questions?
I have no questions at this time.
Deborah?
One question.
Go ahead, please.
What is the height from proposed grade at the 40-foot setback on the front, from proposed grade to the pool deck? Do we know what that floor to floor is?
After it's filled to the new.
From grade, yeah, whatever the grade elevation will be to the top of your pool deck.
So we've got an additional, I have a note somewhere, 2 feet? 2 feet? How much are we filling? Total of 5 to get to freeboard. So we've got the new flood regulations, so it'll be a little higher than that. So it'd probably be around 40, in the early 40s once it's filled, but it's against the crown of the road. It's still at 39.6 when we measure from the totality of it.
You're still well under the 40.
We're under 40 as proposed to be built.
Understood. Thanks.
Okay, Gene, any questions?
Do you have any remarks regarding some of the standards?
Sorry. He was telling me I was right. I just didn't say it well enough. Sorry.
Do you have any remarks regarding some of the standards, such as the development pattern and the harmonious and efficient organization?
Well, so that's really what I was trying to get to in this, right? Because the development pattern is very consistent with the development pattern that's there, that has been approved, and is the future of this area of the city. You're not going to put 32 units an acre in high-quality development in 40-foot buildings. And in fact, Alba proved that because they got about 450 or 460 feet in height. I have to go back and look at the slide to get to the exact number. You have existing buildings, as I showed you, that were already up to 400 feet in height. And so when you talk about the development patterns and the consistency of the neighborhood, you have to look at it in real context. And the real context is this is all MF32 along that side of Flagler with a couple of minor changes, including the one that's already been approved as a PD that has that 32 units per acre. And that is what this neighborhood is, right? This is east of Flagler. We're not going into the residential neighborhoods with our single family to the west. In fact, that's our point about stepping back, because it is consistent with the neighborhood. So the development pattern is this, it's intended to be this, and it is consistent with the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Will, have you any questions? Go ahead.
So in one of your slides, you showed the red box of what, so, you know, you did that, what
Yes.
could be built, right? The red
The
box.
by right 40 feet with no waivers, nothing.
Okay, so by right, 40 feet, how many units would you be able to put there?
Same number of units. They'd be smaller and cheaper, but you could put the exact same number of units in the unit count doesn't change based on anything. It's just a type of
So
unit.
it'd be 32,
It'd be 32 units per acre.
plus or minus, right? Because you're at
So it's
1.45.
It's closer to 40
Okay,
plus. So the unit count doesn't change. So if we did, without asking for the waiver of the submerged lands, I think it's 40,
so that would be 4 stories, 5 stories roughly?
yeah.
Okay.
Where to go? Trying to get to, oh, there it is. So we could put 42 units in there at, 40 feet without any setbacks. If we did a little bit of an extra setback, we could go to 50 feet,
And you would have no
100
reason
feet.
to come to this board or
At
city
the 40
commission
feet, we would not,
to get approval?
right? Because I don't believe it doesn't meet the standard for development of significant impact.
Okay.
at under 50 units, I think. But
Okay, any other
I'll be
questions?
corrected if I'm wrong, I'm sure.
Any other questions of the applicant? And if not, can we hear from staff?
Good evening, Planning Board members. For the record, Kevin DeFrank, Senior Planner with the Development Services Department. And I will be presenting staff's findings and recommendation for the subject agenda item, which involves a rezoning and waiver request to allow for the multifamily residential development project proposal known as Apogee, which the applicant presented before you. I would like to highlight that the subject property is 1.45 acres in size and 1.19 acres of upland area and 0.26 acres of submerged land area. Now, the applicant has requested several waivers from the plan development minimum area requirement, the minimum setback requirements, the access points minimum separation distance requirements, the park and drive aisle minimum width requirement, the fence maximum height allowance, and the minimum foundation planting requirement as listed here on the table and as indicated in the staff report. Now, as indicated in the staff report, staff objects to the waiver request regarding the submerged lands utilization to increase the density already allowed on the subject property. And staff objects to the minimum setback waiver request. Now, there's some confusion in regards to the minimum setback waiver request. And this is based on the proposed building height and the minimum setback requirements found within the residential plan development districts. So based on the proposed building height, the minimum side and rear lot setback requirements is 123 feet, 8 inches. And staff, as I already stated, objects to the waiver request. And staff finds that the request does not comply with all the rezoning standards found in section 9432A. And staff finds that the request does not comply with all the site design qualitative development standards found in section 9435C. And staff finds that the request does not meet the minimum setback requirements as provided in the residential plan development district provisions and requirements found in section 94207C. And staff finds that the request exceeds the maximum density allowance, which is attributed to the submerged lands per section 94309F, which would allow for a maximum density of 43 dwelling units, not 46 as proposed. And based on the information provided by the applicant, the evidence gathered and reviewed by staff, staff is recommending a denial of planning board case number 1965. And I would like to add to the record an email from a resident expressing support and in support of staff's recommendation for denial. And I can pass it.
Thank you.
And that concludes staff's presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Okay, any questions of staff? Let's start, Deborah, with you. Andre?
No questions at this point.
Will?
So they had showed that chart with comparing them to the ALBA. Could you just explain to me what the, where it said number of units and then with waivers, right? So it's based on the waivers that the ALBA asked for, that they were able to get, what is it, 9 or 10 additional units? And then with the waivers that they're requesting, they would get an additional 6 unit. 3?
Additional 3 units, yes.
3 units, okay.
So I have here the density calculations for both the subject project and the ALBA project. As you can see here, the ALBA project should have been allowed only 44 dwelling units. So that was a mistake on the city's behalf, staff's behalf. As you can see here, the calculations provided, the current and the maximum density allowed for the subject project is 43 dwelling units per acre, 43 dwelling units. And that is based on the lesser of the calculations, which is the 12.5% added to the upland area, as you can see here. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, I just have, so you'd said that if the density was 43, the staff would approve that particular waiver.
It would, yes, with additional.
Well, I mean, there's other waivers that they're
Right,
requesting, but I'm just talking specifically about the density right now, right?
Yes,
You
that's
wouldn't have a problem with the density if they were capped at the 43 and
That is
used the
correct.
calculation that you just explained to us.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may, just to try to clarify. Rick Green, Development Services Director. So there's 2 conditions in the code. So the first is you can use 75%. Let me get my right glasses. Yeah. 75% of the submerged lands, or you can use 12.5% of the upland density. So we ran both those tests with both Apogee and Alba. Using 75% of the submerged lands for Apogee results in 44 units. Using 12.5% of the upland density for Apogee results in 43 units. The code says the lesser of the 2 numbers, so it's either 43 or 44, so we're suggesting 43. Certainly, we have other concerns with the project, but with regard to submerged lands, that's what it was. Using that same calculation for Alba, the range was between 44 and 51. They should not have been permitted to use the 55, and unfortunately, that's what happened.
So, Mr. Green, while you're still there, following up on Will's question, it sounds like, I want to make sure I'm clear on staff's position, that from staff's position, there's a way of moving forward with smaller number of units. So it's not, you're not quite as far apart as a blanket denial might suggest.
Correct. With regard to the unit count, the difference is only 3. It's a question we disagree with the applicant in the sense that, is that a waivable standard?
Right. So if, I'm not suggesting they would, but if they were to drop it from 46 to 43, consistent with staff's position, are there other waiver requests that could not be accommodated?
Certainly, we have concerns about the height and the setback requirements that are being requested as part of this application.
So, all right. Fair enough, thank you. Were you done with your questions? I interrupted you. No.
That was going to be my question. Actually, was clarification of staff's objection on the setbacks. I don't know that that was made clear in either presentation.
Yes, so the current proposal identifies a setback from the side property line of 17 feet and 4 inches. And the minimum side setback requirement within residential plan development districts is 20 feet. And all we are asking or informing the applicant is to reduce that to meet the minimum 20-foot setback requirement.
So the building is 3 feet too wide.
Yes.
So if they were to make that adjustment and the unit adjustment, what was the last one, was the height?
And reduce the height,
Yeah,
yes.
for how much would the height have to be reduced to get staff recommendation?
It depends on what's consistent, what's been approved, and what's existing along North Flagler Drive. So, within 200, or within 500 feet, you have Placido Mar, which has a maximum building height of 250 feet, 26 stories. And as the applicant already presented, Alba has a maximum height of 235 feet and 2 inches.
And how much is this applicant seeking? How many-
287.
287, yes.
All right. All right, so those three areas, from staff point of view, they're potentially fixable.
Yes.
All right, that's just helpful for us to hear. Thank you. Any other questions of staff? I don't want to cut anyone else. Jean, do you have any questions?
If the zoning remained the same and there was multifamily, believe it's multifamily 32, correct? Would staff have an issue if it were built according to current standards in terms of harmonious effect in the neighborhood?
No, staff would not.
Okay.
And Sam, any questions that you have?
Was there a specific reason given for the setback on the, was it the south side, the 17 feet versus the 20 feet?
Let the applicants.
Well, no, I'm going to give a chance to respond after public comment, but
Well, I guess, is the denial to go from 20 to 17 feet based on just the code and no one's, there's been no variances given for that?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
all right. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Are you done, Sam, with your questions?
Yeah.
Okay. We have a number from the public who wishes to be heard. I'm going to call two for each podium. If you could please come down. The first is Yupanda Shabazz. Kent Wilmering, it looks like, yes, he wishes to speak as well. Margaret Kaywell, she does not wish to speak. I'll read her comments in. I support the city's denial of this project. This project is too tall for this narrow lot and is not in keeping with the neighborhood. Tim Small, you could come forward. All right, you can begin, ma'am.
Good evening, Chair and members of the Planning Board. My name is Yupenda Shabazz. I am the Interim Executive Director for North End Rise, which is a purpose-built organization that sits in West Palm Beach to facilitate revitalization in the communities of Coleman Park, Pinewood Neighborhood, and Pleasant City. So I'm here as it relates to Apogee Project with RISE support. RISE has been actively engaged with our community members and Related Group. Related Group not only builds buildings, but they also build communities. We at RISE supports the formulation of community benefits and commitment made by the Related Group to enhance the quality of life for all the residents on the North End. So we support this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Kent Wilmering. I live at 4918 North Flagler Drive, directly adjacent to this property. As many of you know, I am a developer in this town for 43 years. I'm behind the recommendation of denial. We do not meet the standards for our code. It's inconsistent with our comp plan and our land development regulations. This is an aggressive approach to development, 10 acres to 1.9, no justification, 40 feet to 300. what really gets it is if you look at the table for setbacks, they're asking for a side setback waiver of 103 feet and 8 inches, a south waiver of 106 feet and 4 inches, and a rear waiver of 84 feet and 2 inches. These are waivers of giant dimensions. This property could be developed like a Flagler Landing, where the 15 feet they are concerned about sitting off the street, that sits right on the street. It meets 32, it's a very attractive property. This is an egregious use of our code. It's not compatible to the neighborhood. It doesn't allow us that live next door and around the neighborhood any quiet enjoyment. The project will take over 3 years. The road will be closed half the road for 3 years, 7 to 7, cling, 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 every day for 3 years, with over 1,500 trucks to bring a 25-story building that does not fit in our neighborhood. The other property that they speak about, which is what they use as their example, the developer owns the property adjacent to them where the single-family house is and the other apartments. There are nobody that are going to be affected. We are severely affected by this development. It has a 100-foot
Thank you,
lot.
sir. Appreciate your comments.
The timer didn't stop on the last person. So he
Oh,
started
I'm
at
so
2
sorry. If you have more time coming,
Yes, Chair, he does.
I'm sorry, sir. Take your full time. If we can suggest, if you remember where you left off.
Yes.
Thank you for putting that in.
There is no justification for their waivers. They can't just cherry pick from the 32 to the RPD rules. These waivers requests are forced by design, overbuilding, and an egregious developer. I understand development. This is not the place for them to put this, and we hope that you guys wouldn't want a 25-story tower next to your home on a 100-foot lot for the rest of your life. So I'd like you to consider what the staff said. This doesn't fit. They recommend denial, and we hope you listen to us in the neighborhood. Thank you very much for
Thank
your
you, sir.
consideration.
And again, sorry for that interruption. Is Tim Small still wishing to be heard on this? If so, can you come forward? Alex Millen, are you here? If you could come forward.
I think there was a mistake. I was going to speak on the 8111.
Okay,
Development project.
okay. What's your name, sir? Okay, we'll put it aside and make sure you get started on the right project. Alex Milan, if you are here. Jake K. Meltwell. Jake, are you here tonight? You had comments. You want me to read the comments or you wish to be heard? Tashiana Mikolenko, if you could come forward as well. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, members of the planning board. My name is Alex Millen, and as a property owner in the city of West Palm Beach, I am in full support of the position put forth before you tonight. I think it's a thoughtful massing of the project set back from the residential neighborhood to the west, and it'll also help with the revitalization of the north end. So I ask that you please support the project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, anyone's name I called wish to be heard? If not, we'll move on. For Jake Kamel, I'll read the comments if you don't wish to come forward. The building of these towers is ill-planned and even less, I can't make out the writing. To see these alone, doesn't sound favorable, but I can't make out the writing, I'm so sorry. Tashiana Mikolenko, are you here? Do you wish to be heard? If not, we'll pass. Lindsay Wynn. There's some comments here, I'll read them. This proposed project is inconsistent with the city comprehensive plan. There are no public benefits, and this type of towers drastically changes the character of Flagler and quiet enjoyment of neighbors. David Southhart, are you here, sir? If you could come forward. Virginia Jordan, are you here? Virginia Jordan. Happy to do so. This project is too large and intrusive for the area. Large project, small space, neighborhood does not need another large structure. Paul Menks, excuse me, Mendez. Okay, thank you. Are you here, Mr. Mendez? He says, huge disturbance to our neighborhood. Okay, Dave Southard has asked that these comments be read. Trying to read it. The something from Apogee about beige, bring close to water so can't be seen from street, absurd. What about traffic construction? Noise, damage to the marine life, docking, natural sunlight, like squeezing an elephant into a shoebox. Bobby Rivers asks that this be read. This is way too big for my neighborhood. Please keep the limits. Angela Orgburn, are you here, Angela? Do you wish to be heard? Brad Hedrick, are you here, sir? Brad Hedrick. If not, I'll read his comments. I live across the street for 10 years. I don't want this massive project where it doesn't belong. Jordan Craig, are you here? The comments are nowhere to park, too much traffic, can't even get out of driveway. Why don't you go ahead, ma'am?
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Angela Ogburn, President and resident in Northwood Harbor area. Thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts tonight. I appreciate the platform to express concerns regarding the proposed project in our community. I had hoped the board would have conducted a site visit to gain a better understanding of our community of the proposed project's location and fully comprehend the impact that this project's going to make on our historic community. The Related Group's initial presentation to Northwood Harbor was on December 6th. Mind you, they turned this in July. Attended by approximately 40 residents, raised significant concerns. During the presentation, issues such as building height exceeding the allowable limit by 683%, density, setbacks, traffic, and potential impact on fire and safety services were discussed. Residents questioned the efforts that Related would undertake to protect the surrounding historic homes and sought clarification on how the proposed project would benefit the community. As the meeting concluded, a show of hands revealed overwhelming opposition to the project in its present form. The proposed development appears incompatible with the character of our neighborhood, and there is a collective request for future developments to adhere to existing zoning limits. And before I go further, I want to also say there is a house to the north of this property, and this property, this 287 will definitely cause a shadow zone most portion of her day. I know because I live near Placido Mar, and I'm like a block away, and I get the shadows in the morning for 4 hours. So I really need to make comments about that, and also that every project that comes before you should stand on its own with the waivers. They should not sit there and piggyback off of what another project got and what another project, that they should get what the other project. It should be on their own standing. So without any further ado, I'm in alignment with staff's report, and I express the support of the denial of the proposed project. Thank you for your attention to these concerns.
Okay, Claudia Kirk-Bartow, are you here? Claudia? No comments on the back. Elizabeth Perlowski? Are you here, Elizabeth? If not, I'll read the comment. It says, too much building in a 19-block area. Road, sewers, and firehouse cannot handle all the development. Lucy George, are you here? Do you want me to read your comments or you want to come forward? Okay. Your comment, and you have such neat handwriting. What a refreshing change from what I've been struggling with. As a I'm so sorry? Okay, well, God bless. As a direct neighbor, of 4906 North Flagler Drive, I oppose the construction of a 46-unit, over 300 feet high building, which would take away my sunshine and a few peaceful years of my life, and that of my grandchildren and neighbors. No more quiet enjoyment or privacy. Charles Pickering, are you here? Do you wish to be heard, or do you want me to read what you wrote? Okay. I strongly disagree with the zoning variances being considered in this case. The proposed structure is not conducive or in line with our historic neighborhood, Northwood neighborhood. Please stop the variances. Stephanie Berger, are you here? Her comments are, I strongly disagree with the zoning variances. It is not in line with the historic Northwood neighborhood. It will destroy all that is sacred in this neighborhood. Maxwell, IHNS, are you here? Maxwell? I am worried about the environmental, structural, and cultural impacts the development will cause. There is little environmental oversight for the project, despite many federally endangered species being present in the area. Steve Annabelle. I will read his comments. Dear city planners, please take into consideration that this is supposed to be a historic area and the tower will be very much out of place in this location. This overdevelopment of the waterway is a mistake. Investment groups and developers are overcrowding this unique area and should not end up like downtown. Reggie Duncan, are you here, Reggie? I want the developers to follow the law and don't go over that. We don't want to be like Miami, Fort Lauderdale. Linda Groves. He says you wish to be heard on the subject. Please come forward. Michael Mayo. Michael Mayo, are you here? Come forward to the other podium, sir. We got just two more cards. Let me go through. Kevin Connolly, are you here, Kevin? If not, I'll read your comments. Stop the insanity. I am all for development and progress, but where it is happening on Flagler Drive in general, and another challenging, let's see here, and are okay in other areas, I don't know. What does everything regularly have variances? More important, size of the project for such as will be lots of something else. Stop the insanity. I can read the last part. And lastly, see, they could take writing lessons from you, ma'am. Doug Tepper, are you here? Do you wish to be heard, sir? If so, come forward. All right, who was the first one? Was it you or you?
Linda.
Go
Hi.
ahead, please proceed.
Hi to everybody, and thank you for this opportunity. My name is Linda Groves, and I reside in a beautiful historic home in Northwood Harbor, and I've been there for the last 7 years. There's a reason I chose West Palm Beach and I settled in Northwood Harbor going on 7 years ago. It's because I grew up in Miami Beach, and it got to the point where both the density and the traffic were overwhelming. Since my girls were both grown and at college, I knew I had an opportunity to look for something better. I purposely passed on Fort Lauderdale on the way up here because I saw where they were going with their plans for more and more development, bringing more and more traffic. Both places offered a good lifestyle until the powers that be forgot that they were there to protect their residents from the dangers of crowding and overdevelopment. It has been a growing trend that is becoming more and more difficult to contain, and saying no and imposing restrictions for the benefit of residents and future residents. Sometimes we must say no to developers, and I want to congratulate the staff and members of this board who are coming to the right decision, and that supports what residents want. We want to have a say in what our neighborhood is going to look like and become. We're not saying no to all development. We're just saying let's be discriminating on what we say yes to, as staff has done here in this case. Regarding the waivers that have been asked, I want to say thank you to all of you. That vote against is a great win, because what you have done is made the people aware that you're listening to us, and you have reconnected the people to the process, and that is a fantastic thing. We look forward to more good decisions and more good outcomes such as this. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir.
Good evening, Michael Mayo, 5200 North Flagler Drive.
I am opposed to this project. It does not conform to the existing zoning or the neighborhood aesthetically and would create a huge burden on traffic, limited natural resources, utilities, and services. The planning board has issued a denial to change the zoning. I'm a little confused, but at the same time has approved all the variances to which it seems to me that the developer can easily comply by only making slight adjustments to their design. It appears to me that in effect it's kind of a roadmap of instructions in all due deference to the planning board of how the developers can get around the board's primary denial to change the existing MF32 zoning. If approved, it would set a new precedent and mean that every private lot could be subject to the construction of high-rise buildings. With these waivers, this would create zero predictability or protection under the existing MF32 zoning and land use, and will result in multiple fragmented development. The neighborhood was never intended to absorb the traffic, parking, congestion, and environmental impact caused by huge high-rise developments on what is only less than a mile-long stretch of Flagler Drive with its narrow two-lane road. The construction would also create vibrations which could easily cause damage to the foundations of the houses in the historic district just west of Flagler Drive and the existing buildings east of Flagler Drive. We don't need more apartment towers than we already have in this confined area, and I ask that you keep the current MF32 zoning in place and deny this project. Thank you.
Thank
Have
you,
a
sir.
good evening.
You wish to come forward?
I have to take my mask off. Our daughter has COVID,
I'm so sorry.
and she's a terrific kid who told me when she was in 6th grade that she doesn't have to take math because her friend Lizzie doesn't take math. And I gave her a lot of credit. It takes a lot of audacity to try to get out of math class when you're in 6th grade. And it takes a lot of audacity to say, Alba did it. Like Lizzie got out of math, maybe Alba did it. Maybe Apogee can put up a gigantic building on a house where a neighbor of ours, Wolfgang, lived for many years. On the way here today, I went around the traffic circle. The signs are knocked down, trucks and cars. There's so much traffic there. If you'd like, go by the 45th Street traffic circle on your way home tonight, and you'll see the signs are knocked over. Go there any afternoon around 2 o'clock, and you'll see cars lined up picking up the children at Northborough Elementary School, the same cars that delivered these children in the morning. The school's at 40th Street. The cars line up to 41st Street. They line up to 42nd Street. They line up to 43rd Street. They line up to 44th Street. And on some days, I haven't seen it, I'm told they reach all the way to 45th Street. And as other people have mentioned, this is a 2-lane road. So as the cars twice a day line up, they occupy one of the 2 lanes. One's facing south. So everybody else facing south has to cross over the double line and go where the northbound traffic should go. They have 4 or 5 blocks there to approach the school to pick up their toddlers and their adorable little kids. Also, we're dealing with the Big Rybovich Boatyard, and very importantly, they get fuel oil delivered. And you can stop by most days of the week. There's not enough room for the fuel oil trucks. You know, these are like the trucks that go to racetrack gas. These are gigantic trucks, and often there are 2 there. So between the traffic, the sign getting knocked down, the safety of the children, and will my daughter get out of math in 6th grade, I think it's important for you to go along with the planning people. Thank you very much for serving. No thanks on Apogee.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else whose name I have not called who wishes to be heard on this? Come forward, sir. if you wish to be heard, I need to be sure you give a card, but you can give the card afterwards. I'm sorry, were you getting up to speak or getting up to let him be seated? Okay. Is there anyone else who wishes to be heard? And if not, we'll give, did you, ma'am, come forward? You need to state your name for the record, and when you're done speaking, you need to give a card, okay?
I'd be more than happy
Okay,
to.
state your name for the record.
My name is Rosie Gekas. I do not live in the North End. I actually live in the South End. I want to commend every single one of you that are here tonight, a few days before Christmas, speaking up, trying to protect your neighborhood. And everything this gentleman that just spoke now said is so very true about our whole city. And I cannot understand, I am not opposed for development. I think development makes the world go around. But there are limits and laws set in place by our forefathers of the city for a reason. And we cannot keep ignoring them and overriding them for the purpose of making, and I am not opposed to people making lots and lots of money. But at some point, quality of life also has to matter. And respect for the people that live here also counts. And our neighborhoods. And for the people paying the taxes who have lived here for 20, 30, 40, 50, 100 years. Not for the newcomers who just discovered paradise and want to come in and change everything. And now, Related is amazing. Look at what they did to Manhattan. Going 2 miles, because I'm up there quite often, I don't know, it takes about an hour. And our city is getting to that point. Please, please listen to the residents and find a happy medium between development and what is happening to our lovely city where people can't even afford to live here anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Was there anyone else who wishes to be heard? And if not, give you an opportunity for a brief opportunity to respond to some of the issues that were raised.
Sorry. Debbie, which one was mine? Oh, the one that says applicant? Yeah, thanks. I'm just going to find something real quick while I talk. I want to, while I start, I want to clarify a couple of things. The point about apogee was relative to the neighborhood and whether legally something can be done. If something legally can be done, then we're asking for it. And the point about apogee is that the city commission legally determined that could be done. It's their code. That was the point of that. So they can make the determination when we get there of whether that was an error by the entirety of the city staff or not. That's up to them. But the, can't see with my glasses on. Now I can't see you, but I got to see this.
It's a blessing, trust me.
But the other issues that seem to stem here largely are related to things, not all, to be clear, that don't change with the height change. Traffic, fire, water and sewer, even in the environmental issues, those don't change because the unit count doesn't change by the allowance. And certainly 3 or 4 units doesn't change any of that in any significance. So the issue of impact relates to the number of units. And what we're trying to do is put higher quality units than of the same number. That's really what that comes down to. And all of the concurrency has been analyzed. All of that has been done. The 32 units per acre is there. And we're not asking for a rezoning to increase to 35 units, 40 units, or anything else that has been done. We're utilizing the units that are already on the property as determined by the city commission. Again, what I talked about is we really tried hard to focus on that historic neighborhood. That's why this building is so much further back away from that neighborhood, so that we try to accommodate for that. And as I said from the start, I know not everybody's going to be happy with this. I know a lot of people aren't going to be happy with this. That always happens with change. But I want to talk a second again about those waivers, because those waivers for those setbacks, yes, they're big, but they are not inconsistent with what is being done, because the code has a provision that doesn't apply to every single circumstance. It really would only allow for any height on really wide properties that then end up with a lot of surface parking, and we don't want to do that either. And so what we're saying is we just want to get to here. Now, there was a question for Kevy about whether anyone else had been given less, I don't remember the exact question, whether any other project had been given less than the 20 feet that is the minimum. He said no, but I do know that at least Flagler Towers was given, has less than a 20-foot setback. The issue with that extra 3 feet is that if we take that and squeeze that parking garage, now if we want to talk about the building, we could talk about the building potentially. Fidel's back there, he's probably going to kill me. But if you squeeze that parking garage, you no longer have the drive aisles you need to be able to get some of the vehicles around. And so it is a fine line that we're working at within that 3 feet. And while it doesn't sound like much, it becomes a cascade effect. Either you have to shorten the drive aisles even further, or you have to shorten the parking stalls. And that's purely a function of the width of the property. And so that occurs regardless of the height of the building. And again, the vast majority of that site at those impacts where we ask for that 17 feet is at 32.5 feet. It isn't even at the 40 feet that would have been allowed. And so that's not where we're asking for these waivers in any event. And so this is, I understand, and I've been doing this a long time. I've been in this town, and I've lived here, and I've worked here for 26 years. And I get change is hard, and I get change is complicated, and I get that people are concerned. We have, despite the fact that I'm sure they won't believe me, we have tried to consider primarily looking at that historic neighborhood. The issues of construction traffic, we have tried to work through. We are working with the city as well as some private landowners about off-site, making sure we've got the off-site parking so that we shuttle people in so you don't have the construction traffic going through. The truth is, whatever we construct, there's going to be construction traffic. Whatever we construct, there's going to be construction issue that comes with that. We will meet all the codes. We will work through that. We will work with the neighborhoods. We will, in fact, if they would like, we will give them the name of the foreperson on site with a cell phone. If there's an issue with construction, they could call immediately, get responsiveness. We can build that in. There are things we can do. But construction is going to be construction regardless of what is constructed. What we're asking for is the ability to put a high-quality project in the neighborhood consistent with the zoning and land use that the City Commission put on this site. The architects have done a really nice job of trying to think about not just, well, the code says X, so let's go closer to the neighborhoods, but how do we get away from the neighborhoods? How do we keep the height there? How do we thin it out? And how can we make a really beautiful project? And that's really what we're asking for tonight.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, at this point, we're bringing it back to the board, and I'm going to just kind of go down here and get your initial thoughts. I'll start with you, Will, first. What are your views?
Based on the evidence that's been presented this evening, it seems like there is a path forward for the developer. I hear the feedback from the neighborhood, but if the developer meets the standards that the city has in terms of height, in terms of density, in terms of setback, it's not going to, from what I understand tonight, stop the project. That being said, I think at this point there are some changes that need to be made by the developer to be more in compliance with what the city is willing to accept. So I would be voting for denial this evening based on that, but I just think that residents need to realize that this matter will wind up coming back to us with changes, and it may just wind up delaying the inevitable, so.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would largely echo Will's comments on the site. I mean, the reality of that neighborhood is that the zoning change that occurred, to those waterfront parcels happened a long time ago. And the city does want to incentivize density and height in that section of the city, for better or for worse. But I agree, I think there's probably a version of this project that could move forward, but in its present form, I cannot support it.
Thank you. Gene?
What's the effect of a continuance versus a denial?
I have a suspicion that, and we can find out, unless the applicant requests it, they'll probably want to go forward. We're only a recommending board.
Right.
And therefore, unless they ask for a continuance, then they probably want the vote, so they go to the city commission, who really makes the final decision here. Ours is just a recommending one. So they don't need our approval as a precondition for going to city commission. Particularly in these types of instances where the staff's position and the applicant's position may not be far apart, it is very common that they work out their differences in the intervening time. We've seen that before. There's been a number of projects we have denied as a planning board that were approved 2 weeks later or 4 weeks later, whatever it was, by the city commission because of changes made in the interim period. So I suspect that's the path I want to go.
I would take the same position as my two colleagues. here.
Understood. Sam?
I would say that it is true that with any kind of construction, there's going to be disturbance to the neighborhood, whether it's high or whatnot. So, you know, I think construction is just a function of any development. The traffic, if there's no, as far as I understand it, there's no change to the density. You're not asking for additional density versus the
Right.
approved density, or at least the MF32 density.
Sam, this is our discussion. I don't want to involve more testimony, so.
If there's,
Yeah.
you know, there's no additional density being requested as a variance, then, you know, that part of the traffic equation really wouldn't be affected, or shouldn't be affected in the future. But it seems that if any density is being added because of the comparing to another project that was admittedly a mistake, that should definitely be looked at. And it seemed like there could be a meeting between staff and the applicant to come to a reasonable amount of unit numbers, which would at least conform for that, and they wouldn't have to be asking for additional density.
Understood. Thank you, sir. Deborah?
Okay, I do agree with my colleagues as I listened to the presentation, but I also heard the residents too. I thought about the impact that would be made on those homes next to the proposed site. As I saw the slide and looked at how close the building would be, even though the landscape would be there, I cannot imagine living that closely to a building of that height. But I also heard one of the speakers talk about compromise. And if the developer and city staff could come to an agreement, you know, all well and good. But I'm wondering whether or not the developer could have made those adjustments before we got here tonight. So therefore, vote to deny.
Okay. Andre?
Yeah, I echo the same sentiments as everybody else. It's a fantastic looking project. I think it's a little too much for, maybe not even, maybe a little bit more than a little too much, but it definitely seems like there are some relatively easy changes that could get you all into better compliance. I still think that we would see everybody here the next time, despite the changes. So, although I think it's a great response to the neighborhood by pushing the building away and close to the water, I think that was a great idea. I think the creating of the green space that's elevated makes this a special project that I have not seen before. But I just think it's a little bit too much here, and I would probably have to, you know, side with the neighborhood and give them some some support on for people who live in historic neighborhoods like myself. I can't imagine this getting built next door to my house. That would be pretty devastating. So it's a tough one.
Yeah, I want to share my thoughts as the last speaker here. First of all, for those who oppose this project, you should take little comfort from the staff recommendations because they're not suggesting a building close to this scale should not be allowed. They're saying this particular one is not. Point one. Point two, I understand where you're coming from. I live in a historic neighborhood. My home's 100 years old, and I have high rises as close as this one's to yours with more planned. So I've been there, done that. I have the T-shirt just like you guys do. Having said that, there's some other realities we have to be cognizant of. Our city's population is growing rapidly. I think in the last few decades, it's gone up by 25%, more. We're now up to, what, 140,000? I forget, it's high. And, you know, it wasn't that long ago, it was a lot, maybe 120,000, I'm not sure, but we're growing really, really rapidly. And guys, you either grow out or you grow up. There's only so many places to put people, and we have a lot of new people coming here, whether we like it or not. So the key is not to deny growth, the key is to manage growth. And the reality is that these types of buildings can be a very efficient way to add housing without taking over a lot of pristine land that you sprawl as other cities have seen. The consumers seem to like it, the public seem to like it because they're flocking to these buildings. You know, I understand your neighbor's concern. I share those same concerns in my historic neighborhood. But as one of your speakers, not in this group, but another group, reminded me, you're the planning board for the city of West Palm Beach. You're not the planning board for a particular neighborhood. The city requires more space like this. It's going to happen. And we're just trying to manage it as best we can. So from my point of view, regardless of what we do here today, this will likely go to the city commission. And my prediction is with some changes, it's going to be approved by your city commission. We only make recommendations. I think you're hearing the consensus of this board is we're not going to recommend this design going forward. But understand something awfully close will likely be ultimately approved. So at this point, I'm looking for a motion. Pardon? Yeah.
I'll make the motion.
Do we have want to take a stab at it? No. She'd say, oh, hell no. So.
All right, so,
Mr. Chair, just as a reminder, if the motion is to deny, you will need to identify those standards that have not been met as a part of your motion.
Perhaps we can look to the city
okay, so,
staff report.
yeah, if city
for
staff can
guidance.
tell me which one of these I need to reference.
Persuaded as we were by your presentation, which waivers. I think you put them on the board for us before.
I think they're listed right below the recommendation of denial.
Okay, I think, is it there already, Sam, in the proposal?
Yeah, they're listed right here.
Okay, can you read the motion, then do you have it or no?
Well,
Yeah.
Has the,
I have it. Mhm.
so it says, right, I'm supposed to reference these, right? But
Right.
which ones am I referencing?
It's under rezoning standards.
Yeah.
What's that?
Do you want, can you make the motion? Okay, he's got it. He's got
All
it.
right, Patrick's got it.
Patrick's gonna make the motion.
I'll make
No, I
the
see.
motion to deny item number 4, rezoning standards, existing and proposed land use. Sorry, number 3, city development code, whether the proposed amendment is in conformance with all applicable portions of the city development code. Now I read the motion. I move that the planning board recommends to the city commission denial of planning board case number 1965, a request by John Roach of Gunster on behalf 4906 North Flagler Drive LLC for a rezoning to change the zoning designation of property consisting of approximately 1.45 acres and located at 4906 North Flagler Drive from multifamily high-density residential MF32 to residential plan development to allow for the construction of a 46-unit multifamily development. Motion is based upon the testimony presented at the hearing, along with the application submitted and the staff report, which constitute competent substantial evidence. The planning board hereby makes findings of fact that the application does not comply with all of the required standards in sections 94-32A, 94-35C, 94-207C, and 94-309F of the City of West Palm Beach zoning and land development regulations. The standards that have not been met include the following. And again, it would be number 4, number 3, City Development Code. And number 8, Development. And number 1, harmonious and efficient organization. Number 4, enhancement of residential privacy. And number 14, consideration of future development.
You done?
That's it.
Can you repeat the motion? I'm teasing. Okay, we have a pending motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? I may just add for the further discussion before we call it for a vote. I think the applicant can represent to the city commission efforts that there's some variation of this project we see going forward, but not the one before us today. So unless there's any further discussion, let's call the question. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion passes, and the application recommendation is for denial.
So we appreciate the input, and we'll work with staff before City Commission.
Okay. We now move to, thank you. You could take them all at this point. They're all done. I think I have the one gentleman, I think his name is Small, I think he was going to forgive me, yeah, he wanted for another one. And this one, 11. Tim Small. Let's get over it. Okay. Great job, by the way. No one has handled the clock better than you. No one. No one. Oh, I know. I like that. Thank you. If we could have it quiet, we're going to move on to our next case. Later. Calling for Planning Board case number 2302, and my understanding is that on this one, the Planning Board is the decision maker. This is not a recommendation we are making.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Isn't that
Would you
exciting?
like me to begin, or do you want to wait until your colleagues are back?
We'll just give a minute or two. The sound system goes everywhere. We hear everything. But I think
We're
you're
lacking
entitled to have
quorum
more people here
at the
to see your
moment, yes.
presentation. It's so hard to take one of them sober. It's good. There it is. Say the word miscarriage. Mr. Oyer, if you're ready, I think I'd like to get started. Why don't we get started? We're going to be here late enough as it is.
Would you like me to begin?
Wait.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the Planning Board. For the record, Harvey Oyer of Shutt & Bowen on behalf of the applicant. And I am delighted to be with you this evening to present what I think would be the most unique project, not only in our community's history, but maybe in our state's history as far as high-rise residential luxury design. The owner of the property is Jeff Green, who's with us this evening. I do want to point out that unlike your prior two hearings and your next hearing, which are all you sitting in a recommending capacity, you have the primary jurisdiction on this approval. It does not go to the City Commission, so you are the deciding authority on this matter. To provide a roadmap for where we are going, I'm going to give an overview of the project and the zoning and the intent of the zoning, because many of you were not here when the CMUD, the current version of CMUD, was enacted, and I think that would be helpful so you understand the context that it is in. I am then going to turn it over to a design professional, Keith Spina, the architect, who's going to talk about the project, who is then going to turn it over to the land planner, Brian Terry, who is technically the applicant, to walk through a number of waivers with you. However, in the interest of time, Rick Green asked us to forego doing that because the staff is in agreement with us on the waivers. We presented this to the neighborhood a week ago. There were probably 70 people from the neighborhood. Everyone seemed supportive of the project. So unless there's public opposition over the waivers, probably not a good use of your time tonight. So with your permission, Mr. Chair, we would probably forego the long, painful explanation of what the waivers are. And then finally, there is a condition of approval recommended by the staff that we disagree with. We were just huddling on this issue, and I will explain that in a moment. We would like to set that aside, presuming that you approve the project this evening without condition number 3, and allow us to work with the city staff to work that issue out. It ultimately, if it needs to be resolved, would go to the City Commission because the issue involves a reverter on the fee underlying the Broward Avenue Road extension. So it would be a City Commission decision anyway, not your decision. The only relevance to you tonight is that our site plan sits on top of the Broward Avenue abandonment. We believe it was correctly abandoned. Staff believes that it was not and subject to a reverter that put the fee interest back in the city, and I at this point disagree over that. In any event, it is a city attorney / city commission decision, not yours, unless, of course, you don't like the site plan as it sits on top of the Broward Avenue abandonment, if
Can I
that
ask,
makes sense.
Who was the architect on the buildings we saw, the first picture?
Same architect that is the architect now, and maybe that's a good departure point because in 2019, there was a meeting attended by over 200 of the Northwood residents where something extremely similar to what you see on your screen was presented. And it is designed by one of the world's great architects, the Herzog Demirian firm out of Switzerland.
I think it's stunning.
This is what triggered the revisions to CMUD. When those 200 plus people and your city staff saw the design and the opportunity, they said, yes, we would support a CMUD revision allowing more height, which came back to you 2 years ago in the autumn of 21, and it was approved by you and I believe unanimously, and I believe unanimously by the City Commission, which then cleared the way for the Herzog firm to design the project that you will review and hopefully approve this evening. So that is the 4-year history of how we arrived here this evening. The site in question is a 4.5-acre site bounded by Flagler Drive on the north, on the east, 23rd Street on the north, Ponce de Leon on the west, and Piccadilly on the south. I will point out that this green triangle is not included in the site plan. That is owned by the city. The Broward Avenue extension that I just mentioned is here. Broward Avenue used to connect up to here, and many years ago in 1996, the city abandoned that road as part of a project that was to sit on this site. That project was never built. And when the project was approved and the city abandoned the northward extension of Broward Avenue, it contained reverter language that should the developer not develop, the city commission could then take affirmative action to get the land back. It did not automatically occur by its own terms. The city commission had to affirmatively take action. They did not affirmatively take action. Another developer then came along and purchased this site. I represented them. If you remember, it was the Palladio Terrace project. It was 2 18-story luxury towers, and they did commence construction. And in fact, the city issued a letter stating, you have commenced construction, and therefore you vested the ownership of the road. Well, unfortunately for us then, but fortunately for us today, it was not built because we're getting a much, much better project for the community. But our belief is because the city commission never took action, and because in fact the city issued a statement that construction was commenced and therefore vested it, that we have ownership. We have a disagreement with the city at this time, but that's where that disagreement occurs. This is the site in the greater context of Curry Park. It sits in a special zoning overlay district called the Curry Mixed Use District. The acronym is CMUD, and it takes its name from the Curry Park area. This has a lot of vacant land in it, as you can see. It is one of the few parts of our city that has not participated in redevelopment over the last 20 years, much to the frustration of the neighborhood. Not sure why, quite frankly, because it's beautiful wide views of the lake, a beautiful linear park that is now in disrepair and is in the process of being beautified again. And the problem that I think inhibited the redevelopment of this area was always the zoning code, which has now been amended multiple times, and I think we finally have it right. That was what was before this board 2 years ago, and the code under which we are going to redevelop the site. And this is it. This property sits in the lavender color. The lavender color allows the greatest height. It is known as Core 1A, and Core 1A allows up to 350 feet of height. However, this site can only achieve its 350 feet of height if the developer, Mr. Green, and that's all of the community meetings I mentioned, it extends Northwood Road east to Flagler Drive. So let me pause here. All the other properties in CMUD have the ability to buy their height up from a base level by buying off of the height chart that I've placed here on the right, with the exception of Mr. Green's properties on either side of a Northwood Road extension. It is a large policy goal of the city, the CRA, and the neighborhood to extend Northwood Road, which is the historic main street of Northwood, much like Clematis would be to the downtown, and connect it to the waterfront so it doesn't dead end at Dixie Highway. Well, to do that, you bifurcate Mr. Green's very valuable waterfront property. So we reached an agreement 2 years ago with the city that in return for Mr. Green not only putting his land in it and devaluing his property by bifurcating it, but also Mr. Green spend up to $6 million of his money to build a new public roadway. In return, the city, rather than getting out their checkbook and writing a check from the taxpayer's treasury, they instead are using their zoning pen to give them more height as compensation. That's the background on how we got here. And this is the first property that is moving under that scenario. let me give you a little bit more about CMUD. Unlike your debate a few minutes ago about 32 units to the acre, there is no density limitation in CMUD. When CMUD was created, they aggregated all the density in the comp plan that was in the 62 acres that comprise CMUD, and they put it in a pool, and it's on a first-come, first-served basis. So there is no density limitation unless you hit the ultimate density, which is 4,069 units. And to date, after 20 years of CMUD, I think they built about 200 units out of the 4,069. So there's not a density discussion here. There's piles of unused density that the neighborhood wishes was being used. There is no height discussion here. There's no zoning discussion, no comp plan discussion. It is simply a site plan approval, and the site plan matches the zoning code, but for the waivers that staff agrees with. Now, you would think on 4.5 acres with two 350-foot buildings that it would be a whole lot of density. It is not. It is a total of 152 units being proposed. Not 152 per building, 152 in both buildings. So this is an extraordinarily low density, very large unit size, ultra luxury, unique architecture. It starts small at the base and gets wider as it goes up. Very complicated to design, permit, and build, truly unique. It is here that I will stop and turn it over to the local architect of record, Keith Spina, who will walk you through the design. And again, we are not agreeing to condition 3. We need that to drop out.
Before you turn over, you explained a lot of things what we're not deciding today. So so I keep the focus, what are we deciding?
The site plan approval to ensure that the site plan that is proposed this evening is compliant with the CMUD zoning and design regulations. And that is the design piece that Keith will walk you through.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Harvey. Good evening, everyone. Keith Spina, Spina O'Rourke, architect. I always wait when Harvey says, designed by the most famous architect in the world, and I want him to just mess up once and say Spina O'Rourke, but he hasn't yet.
He's under oath.
Yeah, I think it's legit. So, but, you know, I've been involved with the project, working for Jeff since 2018, as Harvey mentioned, and very quickly, you know, Jeff and I talked about Herzog Demeron, and I got really excited, and I will tell you that the work that we've done to date with the entire design team, but Herzog leading the charge in that regard, you know, the thoroughness and thoughtfulness that a design firm like that does, you know, we consider ourselves quite the design firm, but we've learned a lot, and I think, you know, as you've seen from this design, it is, we think, precedent setting and in a large part led by the Herzog team. You know, in addition to that, we have our firm Spina O'Rourke. We've been architecture interior design firm in town for 40 years. We have ANIA, you know, very well-known landscape architecture firm. We have Ivana Becker here in the audience. Of course, we have Harvey with Schutz. We have Brian Terry from Insight Studios, who is our kind of expert land planner and has been very involved with the entire process. We have Rick Rekenis, our civil engineer. Rick is not here, but we can talk about it. And then we have...
He is here. He's here.
Is he? Rick
Yeah.
is here, yes. Hi, Rick, sorry. And then we have Rebecca Mulcahy with PTC, our traffic engineer, available. Just a little bit more about Herzog, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to share a little video from one of the Herzog design partners that talks about the design of this building from Herzog's perspective. But if you don't know Herzog, I mean, they did you know, Hamburg Philharmonic, they did, you know, the Beijing Olympic Stadium, the Duck's Nest, or, you know, Bird's Nest. It's, you know, pretty famous. You know, I think it's, you know, if you live in West Palm and you know the 1111 Lincoln Garage, you think it's probably the most famous garage in the world. City of West Palm Beach is also, you know, whenever we talk about redevelopment of the Banyan Garage, this is the inspiration that comes up. And then a local building, the Jade in Miami, super luxury residential tower in Miami Beach. And the last one that isn't a picture, but the Jenga building in New York, which again is super, you know, creative and cool project, another Herzog project. And, you know, we could talk all night about that. The list really goes on. What we're going to do now is Jason Frenson, a partner at Herzog, is going to kind of just walk you through the design if this works.
You already have it up?
There's a bet on whether it works or not.
Let me try it from here. I saw it.
There you go. See if the sound works.
Hello everyone, my name is Jason Franson. I'm a partner with Herzog & Demron based in Basel, Switzerland. I'm very pleased to be speaking with you today to be presenting our new concept design for the first part of our master plan for the sites adjacent to Curry Park in West Palm Beach. I wish I was there in person, but unfortunately due to the holidays I wasn't able to travel at this moment. Nonetheless, it's great to finally be moving forward and to speak to you about the project, and we're very excited to see the project go forward in the near future. We started working on the Curry Park master plan back in 2019 when I was already there presenting our ideas for the site. The site is bounded by the North Dixie Highway to the west and North Flagler on the east, and sits adjacent to Curry Park, which is why we've always called it the Curry Park Master Plan. From the beginning, our idea was to create a continuous green ground plane connecting the community around to Curry Park on the eastern edge to make a place that is both fantastic to live in but also beneficial for all of the people around, creating shaded green areas, pleasant space to both look on and occupy. The idea for us was to have a series of towers bringing density, bringing economic growth to the area that would land in amongst a green landscape, making a place that was light in terms of its contact with the street, with the green area around it, and also very pleasant for the people who live in the towers. We have always said that it was important on this particular site to create a different kind of tower, to create a very specific tower that would enhance the green aspects of the site. In general, what we have found working in South Florida, and we know this from, of course, many cities, especially in the US, is that parking plays a huge role. The diagram on the left shows the typical idea of a tower sitting on a parking plinth. The problem with that is that the parking plinth becomes a kind of barrier between the street and the tower. For us, we wanted to create a tower that lands in the green, that has the scale, in a way, of residential areas, of houses in the sky, that has an inhabited active facade and has a raised garden terrace overlooking the surroundings. These are an image right now of the two towers as they stand today. The schematic design, which is being presented to you, showing how these towers would be perceived from the east, from the lagoon overlooking Curry Park. As you move around the towers, you can see that the towers actually have an equal expression on all sides. This kind of openness and playful facade activates the city around it, activates the parkscape, the greenscape below, and creates a very dynamic expression towards the city and towards the community. As you move along North Flagler Drive, you can see the green that comes into the landscape. This is looking across from Curry Park, the landscape, seeing the green come in towards the buildings, at the driveway, and all around, and even up on the facade. The idea for us from the beginning was to make a lush landscape that would be both native in terms of planting, that would provide cool green space, provide shade, provide a very sustainable approach to the vegetation, and provide a great space both for the people who live in the building with the elevated terrace and to the community around with an active park space on the northeast corner. You can see here a model image showing this relationship to the street between the towers, with just a one-floor raised terrace that hides the parking behind it, that would have the pool on it and the vegetation wrapping all around the building. What was very important to us as a project was to incorporate this active garden on 23rd and Flagler Street, a space which will bring life to the community, that will bring economic potential, commercial activity across the street from Curry Park. I'm just looking here, if you imagine the trees coming away, you can see this space which would have cafe seating in it, could have a fruit and vegetable market, a place for a food truck, bringing that life into the corner, making a space that really extends Curry Park, which is across the street. As we look in now, this is within that active garden, looking towards the south, you can see the kind of space that you would have, the activity in the evening that you could imagine, making a space that's there for everyone, bringing a vitality and an extension of Northwood Road, which comes in adjacent to 23rd Street from the west. As you come out looking from the west on the northern edge at 23rd and Ponce de Leon Avenue, this is as you would come in from the west from Northwood, you can see what the corner would look like with retail spaces at the ground floor, showing how activity will come to the street, and the tower up above with these vegetation and green spaces along the balcony spaces and structure. We believe that quality is extremely important in our construction, and so we try to develop all of the spaces through physical models in addition to virtual models to make sure that we understand exactly how that quality will be perceived in reality. This is an example of a model that shows the kind of vegetation on the columns, which have this sort of flag at the top that helps to support the cantilevers from the structure above it. And finally, a view from the sky, if you imagine looking across the tower, looking out over the horizon with the activated facade, the active balconies, bringing life to the community around it. Thank you for your time and your support on this project. We're very excited to move forward and hope that all of you will support us as we continue forward with development of the design and eventually construction. Thank you again.
Let's get back to that. I'm going to show one more slide, and then I'm going to, thank you. Let me go back to that.
Is this your presentation?
Is that it? So,
Applicant's presentation.
yeah, hit that.
There you go. Wait, you want to hit that?
What is that? Zoom it in.
No. Stop.
So Harvey had mentioned that we're going to shorten this presentation at the moment. We have a variety of variances that we're asking for. We've worked for the past several months, working very closely with city staff, and we'll let Linda Louie present her project where, we're excited about the city staff's support of the project. And we do have, a ton more slides and a ton more information. So if after that presentation you have any questions or comments for anybody on the entire design team, let us know.
Appreciate that. Right, so we're going to hear from Linda next, or?
One more thing that I think might be instructive is, why are there variances on this at all? The CMUD zoning regs have a new urbanist philosophy, bring development to the street edge, much like the first project that you heard this evening. But the Herzog plan that excited the neighborhood 4 years ago and instigated the changes always showed significant green space on the street edge. And the theory was they were going to extend Curry Park west towards Dixie Highway. And the neighborhood was enamored with that. It's a better design, it's more thoughtful, it's more environmentally sensitive, but it doesn't match the bring everything to the street edge. And I want to thank the city staff because they too have embraced what the neighborhood wanted, which was basically a 4.5 acre park with 2 thin towers in the middle of it. And that is what has occasioned almost all of these variances, if that helps.
It does, thank you.
Good evening, Linda Louie, Principal Planner for the record. So just a reminder that tonight the board has the authority to grant final approval of the Level 3 special review as well as the variances. The Level 3 is for the concept of the site design. So the special review and the variances will not be heard by the City Commission, and therefore the board has the final vote tonight on the matters being presented. So just to quickly recap, the subject property is 4.4 acres in size. It's located within the center of the Curry Mixed Use District, or CMUD. The future land use designation is mixed use, and the zoning of the subject property is CMUD Core 1A, which allows for the greatest building height within the district. The maximum building height within the Core 1A subdistrict is 350 feet with incentives, which I will go over in a little more detail later on in my presentation. So as the applicant had mentioned, The request is for the approval of a Level 3 site plan review, well, actually, Level 3 special review for the development of a 350-foot tall, 30-story mixed-use building. It's comprised of 152 units, 5,100 square feet of commercial, and 1,500 square feet of office. Parking for the proposed development will be provided primarily on-site, and that will consist of 325 parking spaces. In order for the development plan to come to, become a reality, the applicant is requesting a height bonus as well as 9 variances from the zoning and land development regulations. So I'm not going to go over in detail because a lot of it was covered in the presentation, but the development plan does offer a lot of public amenities, and that includes the Flagler Drive Parkway, the 9,000 square foot active use garden, the pocket park located on the south side of the project on Piccadilly, which also has public access. The city-owned park parcel was also mentioned that provides a connection to the overall project, and the developer also has agreed to maintain and improve that park space as well, and the overall streetscape design which ties the project together. In terms of the height bonus, as mentioned earlier, the applicant is seeking the height bonus. Per the zoning code, the base height within the Core 1A is 111 feet. This means that the project requires an additional 239 feet in bonus height in order to provide for the proposed development plan. As the property owner of the parcels located on either side of the proposed extension, the applicant qualifies to utilize the height incentive which would provide for the full 239 feet in bonus height. So in order to qualify for the bonus height, the developer must contribute up to $6 million towards the construction of the roadway extension and also provide for the dedication of property necessary for the roadway extension. A written agreement addressing the parcel details, timing of the transaction, and other terms associated with the roadway extension shall be approved by the City Commission prior to the issuance of the first building permit, and that has been noted in staff's conditions. So at this time, the developer is working with the City Attorney's Office regarding the terms of the written agreement. So I'm not going to go over the variance request because staff is ultimately in agreement with the requested variances, and they are covered in detail in staff's report, pages 15 through 26. But the applicant is requesting a total of 9 variances. 4 of the variances, 6 through 9, are associated with the active use garden, which is imperative to the overall site design. So with regards to meeting the variance standards, staff believes that, or staff agrees that the variances have met all 10 standards of the variances, with the condition provided in the staff report as it relates to the active use garden, and that is to provide uninhibited pedestrian or public access to the park space by prohibiting the uses of fences and gates within the area of the active use garden. In terms of the level 3 special review, staff has found that the proposed development complies with the special review standards of the zoning code. The analysis is provided in staff's report, pages 29 through 30. Based on staff's findings and analysis, staff is recommending approval of the variances, as staff has found that it complies with section 9555 of the variance standards of our zoning code. Staff is also recommending approval of the special review for formal site plan case number 2302 with the conditions as outlined in the staff report. Regarding the applicant's concern for condition number 3 on the reverter, staff doesn't really have any issues with the developer working with the city and the city attorney's office on modifying or tweaking the timeline regarding the reverter and development. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Any questions of staff? Let me start with you, Sam.
So is the only condition of the, of staff's approval, the language around the converter?
I mean, it's in here, the applicant had mentioned that they do not agree with the condition as written in the staff report. Staff is saying that we're open to the developer working out the language of that condition.
And that's the only issue there?
Yes, there are multiple conditions.
Okay.
And the applicant has agreed to all of them except for the one involving the reverter, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
Any other questions, Sam?
No.
How about Eugene?
I think condition 3 sounds more of a quiet title issue, and I'd be comfortable moving forward without imposing condition 3. And I think if there is an issue, it can be resolved outside of this.
Ultimately, we may not have the authority anyway with respect to condition 3, so it's better left later to the city commission. Any other questions you have of staff? Gene?
No.
Okay. Patrick?
I have no questions.
Will? Andre? Okay. Thank you. Do we have cards on this one? Yeah. Do I have them? I'm sorry. This is number,
Oh, yeah, I do have questions for the applicant.
okay. We usually let the applicant come back after.
After public comment?
Do
Okay.
I? I'm so sorry. Just these two? Okay. So I have 2 cards. Paul Rampel and David Thomas on this case. Is there anyone else who wishes to be heard on this application? If so, please be sure the clerk has your card, and if Paul and David Thomas can come to each podium, we'll let you go. Please proceed.
Good evening. My name is David Thomas. Paul Rampel is my friend and attorney. We are simply here as I'm an interested landowner with a property to the south on Butler Street, and just wanted to find out more about the project.
Okay, you had a card that you wanted to speak. I didn't know if there's anything you want to say pro or con with respect to this.
No comment.
Okay.
Thank
And
you.
same for you, Mr. Rappel? Okay. Anyone else wish to be heard on this application? And if not, we're going to bring the applicant back because we know we have at least one question, and perhaps there may be others. Jean, you said you had a question?
I think you clarified on condition 3, but Harvey, if you want to maybe shed more light.
So let me pose this question. Is you're prepared to agree with all the conditions except number 3? And I think everyone's comfortable with those discussions being ongoing and with the recognition that if it has to be decided by someone, it's not going to be this board anyway that have that authority.
That is correct.
Okay.
We agree with all conditions
Okay.
except number 3, which we believe should be removed and dealt with through a
And
separate
Linda,
process.
just to be clear, so how do we handle that? Do we just, in terms of technically, how do we handle that in the motion? Do we?
The
how would we
condition
address the
can
mo-
be deleted.
Okay, that's the answer we're looking for. Okay. And if not, let's bring it back to the board for discussion. Does anyone have any concerns about this project? I mean, to get that roadway to have a northward extension is huge. And we can only get it because Mr. Green owns the land on both sides, and he's given this incentive. And so, and he's, as part of the condition for the height, he's paying for it.
Yeah, I mean,
Owning land and paying for it. And I don't know how you feel about those buildings, but I think they're stunning, just stunning.
yeah.
And given that, I'm in favor of the concept that you want to build to the street because I think that makes for a vibrant urban neighborhood. This is a different animal, though. This is adjoining a park, and they're extending the park into it, so it's, I think it's great myself.
I think we're at the same place we were with Rosemary Square. It wouldn't be conducive with the neighborhood to have Curry Park across the street, which is being redeveloped,
Right,
and then
right.
have buildings on the street line.
Exactly.
Across the street,
Yeah.
right? So, and it will make that whole area up there more walkable. I think the building designs are beautiful. And, I mean, I've only been on the planning board, a year and a couple months, but I know this has been going on for years
Oh, it has.
and years and years to actually get here. And to have that roadway in exchange for the height variances makes absolute sense. You need to connect Northwood to Flagler to create that walkability and redevelop the rest of Northwood, which we've been waiting for 20 years for as well. So.
Exactly. So does anyone have any concern?
Yeah, I mean, just to reiterate, I mean, my only request is please, please build this.
Oh, no, Mr. Green, that means the world to us. It's one thing to have a wonderful project. It's another thing to proceed on it.
As a student of architecture, I'm absolutely in awe of the proposal.
That's stunning.
I think.
Please build it.
Yeah, it's tremendous. And I think mentioning the precedent of 1111 Lincoln Road, which I, studied in my tutelage, that was such a generator for new development in the Lincoln Road corridor in Miami 20, 30 years ago. I hope that this project could be the same that's been long waited for in Curry Park.
So, I'm looking for a motion for approval. Is there something you need to read that covers all the conditions?
Yes, I'm sure there is, so.
Remember, we're gonna eliminate.
Well, I have to grant the variances, right? That's the first one. And then I have to grant the level 3 special review.
Sam, is this the one you handed us something separate from, the separate sheet, or is that something else?
No, this is, yeah.
Okay, so we have the correct wordage in here, all right.
I move that the planning board grant the variances associated with the formal site plan review, case number 23-02, request by Brian Terry of Insight Studios on behalf of 6622 Hollywood Boulevard Partner LP and 920 Stanley Partners LLC from the requirements of section 94-209 Mixed Use District and section 94-215 Curry Mixed Use District of Article 7 of the City Zoning and Land Development Regulations, as listed in the staff report dated December 19, 2023. This motion is based upon the testimony presented at the hearing, along with the application submitted and the staff report, which constitute competent and substantial evidence. The planning board hereby makes findings of fact that the variances comply with each of the applicable criteria in Article 2, Section 94-38, subsection D, subsection 6 of the City of West Palm Beach Zoning and Land Development Regulations.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second. Do we have the correct wording on the waiver 3 in that, what he said, or not? In the motion?
No, but I also have to read the conditions,
Oh, go
right?
ahead. Yeah,
Because
why
there
don't
are
you go ahead and do that?
conditions applied. In addition, the granting of the variance is made subject to the following restrictions, stipulations, and/or safeguards, and I move that they are necessary to ensure compliance with the purpose and intent of the zoning and land development regulations and consistent with the comprehensive plan of the City of West Palm Beach. 1, to always maintain uninhibited public access to the proposed active use garden located at the corner of Flagler Drive and 23rd Street, which is an alternative approach to the traditional requirements of the Zoning and Land Development Regulations, ZLDRs. To meeting the active use requirement and draw pedestrian activity, no fence and/or gate shall be erected within and along the perimeter of the active use garden. I also move that the planning board grant formal site plan review, case number 23-02. Excuse me?
Yeah, I
First one?
second.
Okay.
Okay,
So we do
so
this
we have the motion completed.
Second.
and second.
And we have a second, a motion and second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
Okay. I move that the planning board grant formal site plan review, case number 23-02, a request by Brian Terry of Insight Studios on behalf of 6622 Hollywood Boulevard, Partner LP, and 920 Stanley Partners LLC. The approval of the Level 3 special review for the mixed-use development plan as presented and located between North Dixie Highway and North Flagler Drive to the east and west, and between 23rd Street and Piccadilly Street to the north and south. This motion is based upon the testimony presented at the hearing, along with the application submitted and the staff report, which constitute competent substantial evidence. The planning board hereby makes findings of fact that the application complies with each of the applicable special review standards found in section 94-55, subsection B, subsection 2 of the City of West Palm Beach zoning and land development regulations.
That's the second.
Are you finished?
And then okay, so I'm reading the imposed and modified, okay. In addition, the granting of the Level 3 special review is subject to the conditions of approval contained in the staff report dated December 19, 2023, with further condition that condition number 3
Yes.
is removed to read as follows. It's deleted. I move that these conditions as modified are necessary to ensure compliance with the purpose and intent of the zoning and land development regulations and consistency with the comprehensive plan of the City of West Palm Beach.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion and second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. All right, we have one more case. And that is Planning Board Case 1429B and 1429C. Look at you.
I'm trying, I'm working it.
Wow, I didn't know we had something more controversial. I'm spent.
Everybody was blowing up next door and all that shit. But they do want to let more people come up for Northwood.
Oh, I know.
Mr. Chair, if I may, Rick Green, Development Services Director. Because this case involves a public-private partnership, I'd like to provide a little context for what you're going to hear, and then I'll turn it over to the applicant, and then Jermaine Swaby from my staff will come and follow up. So again, just to provide some historical context, the property in question for case 1429B and C is located immediately south of the shops at Palm Coast, east of the West Palm Beach Municipal Course, and just north of the City of Lake Worth boundary. This is what the site looks like today at the southwest corner of South Dixie Highway and Gregory Road. And for those of you who may have been here for a while may remember that there was an IHOP located on the site.
A happier time.
Yes. So to provide some history, there was an application that came before this board back in 2005. It was known as Dixie Muse Residential Plan Development, and it consisted of a 110-unit townhome development. And ironically, back in 2005, this project was approved by the City Commission. The applicant at that time was seeking to change the land use from commercial to multifamily, and then change the zoning from general commercial to medium, a multifamily 20, and then to an RPD. So in essence, what we are doing tonight is converting this back to what it was back in 2005, or prior to 2005. So the project approved at that time consisted of 11 townhome buildings. The project was never completed. There was some utility work that was started, but the land remained vacant for some time. Then there was some discussion that Walmart was going to come in and build a grocery store, and due to some concerns raised by the neighbors, the city ended up buying this property in November of 2012 at a price of $2.85 million, which at the time was a little bit more than what the appraised value was. I remember that dearly. So what happened, it sat vacant for a long time, and then recently in 2021, the city issued what is known as an ITN, an invitation to negotiate to basically redevelop this property as a mixed-use development. So the city worked very closely with the development community. In the ITN, we laid out the things that we wanted to see, a mix of uses, commercial, residential, activation of the canal just to the south of the property, an identity sign at the entrance to West Palm Beach at the corner of the property. And then even in the ITN, we contemplated a change to the land use and actually had language, this is right out of the ITN, that there would be a potential to change the future land use designation to commercial lease, and that's what before you today. There was also provision that if we were to change the zoning, which we expected with the change to the land use of commercial lease, then it would have to follow proper channels and amendment to the code and come before the planning board, which again, is what we're doing today. So when we issued the ITN, there were 9 proposals submitted to the city. Each of the commissioners identified a citizen liaison that would serve on a committee that would review each of the 9 proposals. Myself, the Housing and Community Development Director, and the Assistant CRA Director served on a city staff committee. We separately reviewed the 9 proposals as well. Both groups shortlisted to the City Commission, presentations were made, and then ultimately the team of Flagler Realty Development, partnering with Woodfield Development, was chosen by the City Commission. We have worked on a purchase and sale agreement with all the conditions. They are now going through the process of amending the land use, zoning, and ultimately a site plan. So what's important to note is that what's before you tonight are the land use and zoning amendments. You as a group are not approving the site plan tonight, simply the land use and the rezoning. I know it gets complicated with all the different mixed-use districts and rezonings, but that's your task tonight. The development team is proposing to utilize Resolution 30622, and we've talked about that before. That is the workforce housing incentive that the city created a while back. After this was presented to the City Commission, the applicant chose to utilize this resolution, which would provide much-needed workforce housing for the city of West Palm Beach. So pursuant to that resolution, there will be a special review that will go directly to the City Commission once the land use and zoning are approved, and that plan has been in place for some time and it has been presented to neighborhood groups and city representatives. What's also I want to mention as a side note there, we've received some emails today that our staff report was not posted on the city website, and I want to make it very clear to everybody that we have not posted staff reports for any of the boards on the website for some time. Anything we post on the city website has to be ADA accessible. We have had citizen groups that have sued the city because those reports are not accessible and meet the ADA requirements. So we have language in our code that if you would like a copy of a staff report, they simply need to notify the city staff. We have a telephone number. We have a planner on call. Anybody who wants a staff report, we email it out directly, but we do not put the staff report on the agenda. On the website, we post the agenda so people know what's happening, but we do this all the time and send it out to everybody. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, too many commission meetings. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, that concludes my presentation. I'd like to turn it over to the applicant at this time.
Sounds great, thank you. Mr. Oyer, long time no see. I know. You got your 2 approvals. You're
At
pushing
least
it for a
2 more
third.
times than you wanted to see me, right?
I think you spent your allowance on the first 2, so.
Good evening. I am still Harvey Oyer, and I am here on behalf of the applicant for a really important project for our city. Unless you have been asleep for the last decade, you are well aware of this. It is very publicized, many public meetings and discussion about what to do with the 8111 South Dixie Highway site. This is an image of what it will become. This is looking at the southern boundary facing east towards Dixie Highway with an activated waterfront, a public boardwalk on a project that will be mixed-use residential with a substantial workforce housing commitment, as well as a retail project. Let me walk you through this, but first it's my pleasure to talk about who the developers were. As Rick Green told you, there were 9 respondents. It was narrowed to 6 and then narrowed to 3, and then our city commission unanimously selected this development team, and it is comprised of Flagler Realty and Development, which all of you are familiar with. They are a multi-generational West Palm Beach native firm that has done a number of projects in our community, and I think all of them are here this evening. They not only are great developers in the community, they are great citizens in our community, including the Johnson History Museum, endowed by the Johnson family, which is one of the members of Flagler Realty and Development. The other partner is Woodfield Development, which is a very experienced multifamily residential developer. They already have 2 projects in our community that you are aware of. One is called the Oversea. That is the residential project that is above the Ben Hotel, and the recently completed project at 345 Banyan, which you know is the Wells Fargo parking lot. And that, in fact, was a joint venture between these same 2 developers. So the City Commission very intentionally picked developers that they are familiar with, that know how to build this type of product under these rules in our community. So that is the development team. On the left half of your screen, you will see several projects that Flagler Realty and Development have done, including Flagler Center on Flagler Drive that has been there for several decades. On the right side of your screen, you'll see some representative work of Woodfield, including both of those West Palm Beach projects, 345 Banyan and the Oversea. This is the project team, all local, and this is the site, 6.5 acres, located at the extreme southern boundary of the city of West Palm Beach. It is bounded on the south by the spillway that connects to the city of Lake Worth Beach. To the west is our incredible new golf park, one of the top-rated public golf courses in America. To the north is Palm Coast Plaza, who is in front of you within the last 12 months seeking the identical rezoning and comp plan change that we are seeking this evening. And to the east is Dixie Highway. This is the current condition, a big vacant lot that doesn't pay any taxes and has not for over a decade. And this is the more recent history, which Rick Green covered. Of course, there's a very long history on Dixie Highway. It's the oldest roadway in our city. It's had development for over a century. But in the last 20 years, this is what occurred. I think the salient part is at the bottom, which is a comparison of the land use and zoning prior to 2005. The land use was always commercial and the zoning was always general commercial. Then in 2005, as Rick Green explained, a multifamily developer came along, asked the city to change the land use to multifamily and the zoning to MF20. And what is proposed to you this evening, which is in the last column, is putting it back to a commercial land use, which is what it was for over 100 years, but in this case, commercial east instead of commercial C. What is the difference between the two? Commercial east is the only FLU designation that allows residential and commercial in the same project. So we are seeking the FLU designation to commercial east so we can develop a mixed-use project. By way of reference, the Palm Coast Plaza site immediately adjacent to the north is also commercial east. You changed that within the last year. I think at your last meeting, you changed the Sushi Joe site to commercial east. The old Palm Beach Post site is commercial east. The Casamara project is commercial east. All of those are meant to have people living and working on the same property for all the advantageous reasons that you're aware of. And I suspect that you'll see that up and down Dixie Highway in the future. And then we're putting the zoning back to exactly what it was prior to 2005, and that's general commercial. So this is the site plan and the development program. The retail, the commercial component lines Dixie Highway, allowing that use to be directly on the street edge. In the center is the parking that supports it, and on the west side is the residential development. The residential component is 8 stories, 358 dwelling units with a mix of studios, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, and 3 bedrooms, and very significantly a 25% workforce housing component that equals 90 units. And unlike the DMP, which I believe has a 25-year restrictive covenant, this has a 40-year restrictive covenant. So it is not only a significant percentage of the project, but it is effectively the useful life of the building. It is restricted. It has about 17,000 total square feet of commercial, retail, and restaurant uses and 43% open space, including that boardwalk along the spillway and working with the Water Management District per city instruction to activate with day dockage for boaters and recreational use. This is the rendering of the project at completion. In the upper left-hand corner is if you are coming northbound on Dixie Highway across the spillway from Lake Worth Beach. This is what you would encounter. It is one of the criteria that the City Commission set for a successful applicant to the ITN, and that is to create a meaningful welcome to West Palm Beach. This is one of the welcome mats to the city. Presently, it does not present well. Going forward, it will present very nicely. This is also where our art and public places component will be located, not necessarily this, but as a placeholder, you see the public art. Now, if you're headed southbound on Dixie Highway, this is that retail edge on Dixie Highway and Gregory Road. In the lower left-hand corner is Gregory Road and the entrance to the parking. And finally, this shows a pedestrian level view from Dixie Highway looking west through the two retail buildings back towards the residential component. So a vast improvement that incorporates every one of the guidelines that the city set for a successful ITN respondent. This is part of that public open space. I'm not going to read this to you, but the City Commission set a very long Christmas wish list of what they wanted done with this property, and the developer is delivering all of it, along with a check for $10.5 million. So the city paid $2.85 million for it. They are, more than tripling their money, solving workforce housing, activating the waterfront, allowing the public to use the water frontage, and lining Dixie Highway with viable retail where there is presently a vacant lot. The proposal before you is not the beautiful site plan I just showed you. That's by way of reference, so you know what is behind the FLU amendment request and the rezoning request. What is before you this evening is a request by the applicant with support from their partner, the city, to change the FLU from multifamily to commercial east. And the rezoning request is from RPD to general commercial, which is what it always was. This visually illustrates the FLU request. This is the property in question, presently multifamily. We want to make it what Palm Coast Plaza to the north is. So this is the proposed FLU designation. This is the current zoning, RPD. And again, we want to make it consistent with the general commercial to the north of it. We have FLU amendment standards to adhere to. They are found in section 94-33D, as in Delta, of the city land development regulations. We comply with all of these. I won't go through them unless you would like me to. City staff agrees that we comply with each of them. We also have rezoning standards that we have to meet, which are found in section 94-32A of the code. And again, I won't go through these because city staff agrees that we comply with them. So I've touched on part of this, but there are many public benefits to be realized from the redevelopment of this vacant lot that presently generates no taxes, no jobs, and no workforce housing. And that is providing a mix of housing, including significant workforce housing, serving the South End community with public gathering spaces and quality retail, activating the waterfront and providing opportunities for community events, generating jobs, both temporary in construction and permanent, and generating quite a bit of annual tax revenue to the city. We have a whole bunch of support. I don't expect you to read all of these, but these are entities and individuals that you are all familiar with in our community, predominantly in that South End, that support the project and the rezoning and FLU amendment. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I will stand ready for any questions.
Okay,
Thank you.
any questions of the applicant? Let me start on this side. Andre?
Questions?
Deborah?
No questions.
See, later in the evening, we tend to be less inquisitive. Well,
So 2 quick questions. So they purchased the land from the city for, what, 10 or 11 million? Is that what you're saying?
$10.5 million.
Okay.
Not yet purchased.
But they will.
They will, and this is interesting, and you'll find this important. If you recall the digital domain project,
Yeah.
where the city conveyed the land to digital domain, they then went bankrupt, and the city struggled to get it out of bankruptcy court and get title back. They learned a lesson, and that is, do not actually convey the property until the project is built. So we do not get a deed to this property until we build it and CO it exactly as the site plan is approved. Then we get a deed to the property.
All right. And then you used an acronym earlier, DMP. What is that?
Downtown Master Plan, I'm sorry, it's an alphabet soup, and I spit that jargon out. I apologize.
Any other questions? Patrick?
No questions.
Gene?
No questions.
Sam?
Just to make sure that I'm 100% clear, this is only approving the multifamily designation to the commercial east, and then an RPD to general commercial.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you. We'll
Thank
hear
you, and I'd like to reserve time for rebuttal, of course. Thank you.
We may hear from staff.
All right, good day, everyone. Jermaine Swaby, Planning and Zoning Senior Planner. I'll be presenting Planning Board Case Number 1429B, which is for future land use map amendment, and 1429C, which is for rezoning. So the subject property is located at 8111 South Dixie Highway, which is one parcel totaling a size of 6.51 acres, and a zoning designation of residential plan development and commercial future land use designation. And as they have mentioned before, the subject property is currently vacant. So for the future land use map amendment, Planning Board Case Number 1429B, there's a request to change the multifamily, change from multifamily to commercial east. The maximum intensity for the existing future land use is around 210 multifamily dwelling units, and the proposed allows 420 dwelling units with 425,363 square feet of retail. On the screen, it shows a level of service analysis, which shows that potable water, sanitary sewer, traffic, and solid waste have adequate capacity for the proposed project. For Planning Board Case Number 1429C, the request is to rezone from Aquaterra Residential Plan Development to General Commercial. Through Resolution 306-22, an increase from the permitted 20 units per acre is allowed to 64 units per acre. And staff finds that there is a compatible pattern for future land use and zoning designation north of the site. All public notice requirements have been met, which includes sign posting, mailers, and ad being published. So staff recommends Planning Board Case Number 1429B for the future land use map amendment, as it complies with Chapter 163 of the Florida Statutes and Comprehensive Plan. Also, staff recommends Planning Board Case Number 1429C for the rezoning, as it complies with 9432A of the zoning and land development regulations. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of staff? Thank you, sir. I have a number of cards. First, Tim Small, are you still here? Did you want to be heard on this? I did. Okay, please come forward. Dennis Grady, if you'll come forward. At the other lectern. Thank you. Please proceed.
Hi, good evening. Timothy Small, 350 Winter Street. So I wanted to come speak in support of the effort. I grew up in the city, very near to there. Palm Coast Plaza, You guys show the IHOP. I worked there during high school. I can make pancakes. That was a really vibrant mall, that Palm Coast Plaza, and I really consider the old Kings lot and IHOP lot adjoining it. That was really all part of the same area, let's say. And so it was vibrant. It was before the Palm Beach Mall, the Wellington Mall, the Gardens Mall. That was the only mall, and it served our community well. I drive down Dixie Highway now. It's really blighted south of Southern. It's time for some redevelopment. This project's a little ahead of the Palm Coast Plaza, but I think it's the key to starting a redevelopment of the corridor. I'd like to be able to just leave the house and run out and get something to eat, or maybe go shopping. I don't have a lot of choices where I live now. I have to drive downtown. I have to drive out to Royal Palm to see a movie. So I want to support the project. They've done what the city's asked them to do. They've demonstrated that. You have the support of staff. A lot of uproar on social media about it, how we can't take it. I watched some of these other magnificent presentations of these buildings, and it's a little drop in the bucket compared to what they're doing elsewhere. And I realize the Palm Coast Plaza will expand on that, but I think in the South End, we need it for revitalization, and it's going to be a great tax base and a great benefit to the community. Thank you for your time.
Dennis?
Dennis Grady, and for 37 years, I worked at the Chamber of Commerce of the Palm Beaches. And it was during that time that the 8111 project first began its journey that has brought us here this evening. You will hear from the current CEO of the Chamber regarding the formal position of that organization. But I wanted to share with you some of the reasons I think this item deserves your support. First of all, workforce housing need is well documented not only in our city, but in our county and nationwide. This project exceeds minimum requirements and will provide employees the opportunity to live where they work. And that is what is desperately needed in the city of West Palm Beach. The 8111 project will provide an excellent and beautiful entryway to the south end of the city. The redevelopment of the South Dixie Corridor has been a city goal for decades. This project will provide a strong economic engine to achieve that goal. This project will complement the golf park and the redevelopment of the Palm Coast Plaza. Finally, and most importantly, this project, when completed, will be providing a significant tax contribution to the city of West Palm Beach from a piece of dirt that currently provides no tax to the city. I urge you to pass staff recommendations before you this evening, and thank you.
Thank you. All right, I have Rick Frisbee, who asked that I read his comments. I wish to share my overwhelming support for the proposed workforce housing project. I believe this is much needed for the community at large and will be beneficial to all. From Rob Frisbee, I want to express my strong support for this important project. The project will improve the quality of life for our city and help to make our city more inclusive. I hope you will approve this project tonight. Thank you. John Belfin, I am in favor of the 811 project. It will be a real asset to the neighborhood. Joey Belfin, I live within walking distance of the site. I support this development. I only wish this happened 30 years ago. I have lived in the neighborhood for 35 years. The project will be a big improvement to our community. Paul Calasdia, request be read in the record. Alas, nothing's on here. No, it just says supporter project. Oh, I was mistaken. There was an attachment. And her name's, as a resident of this community, I'm excited about the proposed mixed-use development for the 8111 project. It is currently an eyesore when you enter West Palm Beach. This will create a more visually appealing environment. It would also stimulate the south end of our city by replacing a vacant lot with a development that includes much-needed affordable housing, not to be confused with low-income housing. After years of working with the city and area residents, Flagler Realty has provided a comprehensive plan that we can all be proud of. Please vote to allow this project to move forward. Thank you for your time. Alex Milan, are you here, sir? Please come forward to the podium. Donald Burgess, he says, the Chamber of, oh, you want to come forward? Okay, let this gentleman speak and then you.
Good evening, members of the Planning Board. I would like to express my full support for the project. The project has an excellent development team with an amazing and proven track record. It's a thoughtful and beautifully planned project that provides a large amount of public amenity. It also addresses our city's dire need for housing, and especially workforce housing. I'm very happy to see the developers utilizing 306-22. And to finish, I think it would be a tremendous addition to the South Dixie corridor and to the south end and continue with the revitalization of the street. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening again, members of the Planning Board. Donald Burgess, President of the Chamber of Commerce of the Palm Beaches. The Chamber supports this partnership between Flagler Realty Development, Woodfield Development, and the City of West Palm Beach for the redevelopment of 8111 South Dixie Highway. This collaborative effort will transform the currently vacant space into a vibrant mixed-use project, integrating dedicated public open spaces, residential units, some of which will cater to workforce housing needs, and retail spaces in the southern area of West Palm Beach. This initiative reinforces a commitment to revitalizing the community while addressing the need for accessible housing options and fostering economic growth through retail opportunities. In addition, as has been stated, more residents and foot traffic will improve the safety and security of the community. The planned 358 residential units are a much-needed addition to our badly depleted inventory of housing solutions. We are delighted with the fact that the developers are committed to creating local jobs and utilizing small, minority, and women-owned businesses to bring this project to fruition. The 566 local jobs that will be created will have a positive impact on the local economy. This is an important project for the south end of our city and is fully supported by our Governmental Affairs Committee and the Board of Directors. We strongly urge you to give it your approval also. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is Todd Everett here? Please come forward. Matthew Luciano, are you here? If you come forward to the other podium, let me give two other names. Rosie Gikas, if you could come forward to the podium, and Richard Pinsky. If you come forward to one of the podiums, we just have one other name here, Ray Dorsey, if you can come forward as well. Okay, sir, if you could begin.
Good evening, Todd Everett. I'm a commercial real estate broker since 1995 in Palm Beach County, heavily concentrated in West Palm Beach. I've transacted over 30 building sales in the US 1 Dixie corridor, spanning all of West Palm Beach into downtown. The 8111 project is a once-in-a-generation opportunity for this city. It's met all the boxes. It's been highly vetted with multiple iterations and conversations with city staff and residents and nearby residents, of which I am one. This is an opportunity, really, that it's the right time for the right project on a very underutilized site that's been underutilized for decades. And, you know, we desperately need, as many people have mentioned, the housing, high-quality retail. We have shifting demographics. We have in-migration, population trends into that region. You know, it's a very desirable area south of Southern. This project is only going to enhance the area. It's going to increase values. It's going to provide a tax base for the city, and it's something that the people want. So I'm here to be in full support of the 8111 project. Just the cherry on top is the development team, the principals of which on both of those teams I have known for decades is top shelf. Everything that they have done and continue to do is impeccable, and the properties that they own are maintained impeccably, and this will, you know, be no different. So I'm urging you to vote to move this along. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi, Matt Luciano, 372 Macy Street. I noticed a lot of people that spoke tonight did not give their address, so I don't know where they're coming from. And a lot of people who do support this project are realtors and
Excuse me,
restaurateurs.
just so you know, they all have addresses. I didn't read the addresses. All of them gave
They didn't
addresses.
speak up.
I'm so sorry?
They didn't speak up into the microphone
Oh,
with
I
their
see.
address.
I'm saying the cards I read, every card
We're
has
supposed to
address.
put our address up here, right?
It's on the card, yes, sir.
Yeah, I know. So a lot of restaurateurs and realtors support the project. The community doesn't. Senna, the people that voted at Senna had a very lively discussion down there. They don't want it. We don't want it. We are a bedroom community. We bought for that reason. We bought for that reason alone, because we're that. There's a social and moral compact that we have with the city to move into an area and not everything change on us. There was probably good reason that that thing changed in 2005. I don't know it. It was probably omitted on purpose. I'm sure it is. Just like the pictures, the renderings are probably not accurate. You're not putting the building right against the train tracks. It's going to be up front and center of this monstrosity. The city approved a plan to sell this lot for 2.whatever million for 210 units. So these guys are trying to double it for half the price. So the price would probably be 30 million, but we don't want that anyway. What would really help this community, probably 200 condo units for sale at market rate. That way anyone could buy it, anyone. No one's picking the winners, no one's picking the losers. The market will decide, a couple hundred units. And Casamar is great at 2 stories in the front. We don't need variances that let 2 stories go to 8. Did anyone notice there's not one building down there that's 3 stories? Not one. And this wants to go to 8 or 10. We don't even know what it's going to be. It could be 80 stories for the way you guys think. I don't know. But there's a moral and social compact that's being broken. I moved from densely populated place to where I wanted to be, not what you guys can change it ad hoc. It's just baffling. You know, we already have 300 Zillow units in our neighborhood, a lot of transflow. What would make the place nice if you guys actually put policemen down there and clean the shrubs, because that's what would make it nice. Anything would make the place nicer. Couple houses, you know, single-family houses. We need that too. Inventory of single-family houses. Anyone think about single-family houses? Novel concept, right? That's what made this community so great. And everyone forgets that. We made this place nice with single-family houses. I don't even know where you guys live. I looked for it. I can't find where you guys live, behind LLCs. And I probably forgot some things, but thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. All right. Who else wishes to be heard or called up? Come forward, sir.
Good evening, lady and gentlemen. I beg to differ with our previous speaker, but I am C. Ray Dorsey III. I live at 6301 Washington Road, a family home that my father built for our family in 1953. The Dorsey family have lived in West Palm Beach for 100 years. I can't compete with Harvey, but pretty close. Our family business has been in business for 100 years as well. Our business philosophy has always been do the right thing at the right time in the right way. The right thing, I feel, is 8111 South Dixie Highway is the right thing. This area is the southern entrance to the south end of the city and needs to be spruced up and be more welcoming. The right time, this is the right time for this project. South End continues to be a very desirable place to live and raise a family. The right way, the Flagler Development Group proposal was chosen over others as the best fit for the property. I am comforted by the fact that the principals are local and live in our community. They will deliver a quality project that they will be proud of and will be enjoyed by all of us South End neighbors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else who I call, come forward if you have. You, sir, as well?
So, I want to say that I am not.
Forgive me, ma'am. If you mind, state
you
your
hear me?
name for the record.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Again, sorry. Rosie Gekas, 330 Lytle Street. I live in the South End. I've been there for many moons. I agree with a lot of things that were said. Yes, we need to build something on that property. Yes, we need to revitalize that area. The whole reason been around from the beginning of this property and why it was purchased and how it was purchased and the reason for it and when we opposed the Walmart. We do want to see this property developed. We would love Flagler Development to build this property. Their original proposal was for about 230 units, grocery store, beautiful. That's what they brought to the city. They proposed to the commission, we're gonna work with the neighborhood. We wanna enhance the neighborhood. We wanna bring beauty to the neighborhood. And a year later, everything's changing. The original proposal went from 200. They keep harping on affordable housing. I'm a teacher, so I know about affordable housing, but building 350-plus units and giving 90 to affordable housing, which we don't even know what exactly the rent's gonna be or what is gonna fall under that, because it's above my pay grade, but it falls with how much money everybody makes. From what I see, it's not gonna be that affordable, but anything can change. We have petitions. Our neighborhood, they're not here because honestly, we didn't have enough time to get the word out. But I do have petitions. I have about 300 online petitions, which there'll be a lot more, of people signing opposed to an 8-story. Nothing's that tall. And the density is just beyond, the traffic is beyond. And I walked about 5-6 blocks and I have about 71 signatures from residents that live only in those 5 or 6 blocks. I haven't even gotten to the whole neighborhood. The majority of the residents in the neighborhood, they're not opposed to the project, they're opposed to the density, they're opposed to the height of the project. Our streets are so busy. We have South Olive, Forest Hill, Coniston Middle School. The traffic is beyond, I drive them every day. I cannot get to work, and I live 2 minutes, used to live 2 minutes from where I work, and now it takes me 15 to 20 minutes. I can't imagine adding another 700 or 800 cars, because that's what it's gonna be, with the amount of density that we're increasing this apartment to, and changing it to commercial east is wrong. The property with the Winn-Dixie Plaza is already changed. I can't imagine what those two properties combined is gonna do to our neighborhood and our traffic when they're both built out. We can't expand Dixie
Thank you, ma'am.
Highway. We can't expand Forest Hill Boulevard.
Thank you.
Where's everybody gonna go?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Richard Pinsky, 356 Valley Forge Road. Welcome to the board members that I have some familiar faces that I haven't seen in a while, so it's good. I am here tonight on behalf of the South End Neighborhood Association, of which I am president. Just first on the record, the comment by Mr. Rick Green on the public notice and the backup materials. And I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for being so responsive today. Did not know that we have a new protocol which does not allow the materials online. So yesterday morning, I emailed, I think it was Jermaine, and copied Jennifer Ferriel at the city, and asked respectfully to please get the backup for tonight's meeting. That was not responded to, not even a no. That's what prompted the email today to you and some other folks to say, please, can we get a copy? So I apologize. I really can't comment too much on the actual materials. I will tell you that it is true that when CENA first looked at this project, and we spent a great deal of time right on through the process, and we endorsed this project. That is when it was 210 units. What changed was in July when it went to 358 units. We've been waiting for the opportunity to discuss the increased density. We are trying to work with the developer, and we have had productive talks. We're not there yet, and in October, the CENA membership did vote almost 60-40 against the project. Therefore, the board withdrew its endorsement. So that's where we stand right now. We're not opposing, but we're also not supporting. This is the first time an apartment building will be built in the south end of West Palm Beach, below Southern Boulevard. That's why this is so important, and that's why it's getting the scrutiny. The comments you heard, all the positive ones, they're really aspirational in nature. It's what everyone is hoping. But the only issue that I can speak to tonight is the zoning. and that is the general commercial zoning change. This was done under 30622, which refers to the statute that was amended last July, which now we know as the Live Local Act. The Live Local Act, not this project as it stands now, but the Live Local Act will allow anything at all, height or density, in a commercial area. If this project does not get built, or falls out, or somehow it won't be the first time a project didn't happen the way we thought it would, that general commercial zoning remains. You have just opened the property back up to the Live Local Act. Yes, it will be consistent with what the Live Local Act can do on the property to the north, and that's why we're asking the pause button be placed today, so you can please tell us and find out what this general commercial will happen if this project does not get built. It will be under the Live Local Act.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
All right, the applicant wish to reserve some time?
Mr. Chair, just for clarification before Harvey gets up, let me make it very clear. Live Local Act is Senate Bill 102. That's a law that went into effect by the state, regulated by the state, that went into effect on July 1st. That act says that if you do a workforce housing project, 65% of a mixed-use project must be residential in nature, 40% of the units must be set aside for workforce housing. No project in the city of West Palm Beach has come forward under Senate Bill 102, the Live Local Act. What we are referring to is Resolution 306-22, which was approved a year or two ago, that basically allowed you to double your density if you provided 25% of your units as workforce housing. That's what this applicant is proposing. So it's not the Live Local Act, it's Resolution 306-22. The other issue with Senate Bill 102, it allowed the height to go as high as any building within 1 mile of the subject property. So if a project is within a mile of the downtown, they could hypothetically build something as tall as Jeff Green's 550 quadrille, 400 feet. So it's not coming in under Senate Bill 102. And again, I'll remind this board that we are approving the land use and zoning tonight. We are not approving a specific site plan. So
Thank you.
I apologize.
Can I ask Rick a follow-up?
Yeah, if you want to, excuse me, Rick, I think Will had a question of you before you.
So the height, you said based on a 1 mile radius.
That's for Senate Bill 102, which is not what we're contemplating here.
Correct. But if this didn't, if what Mr. Penske said a few minutes ago is, if this gets approved, but this project doesn't get built, then 302 would fall off, right? And you would go to the Live Local Act.
No.
Okay.
It would not. Live Local Act is a choice that a developer has to move forward. You've seen some of those developments come through in some of your earlier meetings. 1551 Forum Place was one I believe you may have heard last month. That came in under Resolution 306-22. What happened was when the state passed the Senate Bill 102, the Live Local Act, they said that goes into effect on July 1st. That in essence trumped or superseded our Resolution 306-22. So in an effort to encourage workforce housing, we had a meeting in these chambers. We had about 70 developers show up, and we indicated to those developers that you can utilize Resolution 306-22 if and only if you submit an application to us prior to the July 1st deadline. So by June 30th, we needed a complete application. The very next day, the Live Local Act was going into place. Resolution 306-22 would become defunct. What happens, we had 6 applications come in on June 30th or earlier, because that was more of an incentive to developers. The Senate Bill 102, it's not working for us, it's not working for a lot of cities.
And Mr. Green, it would be true though, right, from what Harvey had said earlier, that Mr. Pinsky's concern won't happen because property is not going to be conveyed.
Correct.
Until it's CO'd and built.
That's correct.
So if the project is not built, the city still owns it.
Right, and that is true. And then the other point I'll make is that several months ago, this board also heard a presentation by Alex Hansen on my staff about the evaluation and appraisal report. So that is an amendment to our comprehensive plan, updating the comprehensive plan. That's been transmitted to the state. We're waiting for comments to come back to the state. And what we indicated is that we were going to make additional workforce housing incentives to try to go back to what we had with Resolution 30622. That can't happen until we amend our comprehensive plan in the spring. And then Doty Glass, our assistant director, is working on amendments with Angela and myself and others to bring a resolution similar to what we had before in an effort to promote additional workforce housing.
So we follow this along. If zoning variance goes through tonight,
The land use
the land-
amendment and the
the FLU
rezoning.
and the land
Yes.
use, right? That goes through. They don't build the property.
The
The
applicants-
property doesn't get conveyed. The city holds the property, but you're holding it under those new FLU and zoning.
Correct.
Then the city has discretion as to what projects could be built there, and we start this process all over again.
That's probably what would happen,
Okay.
exactly.
I have a
Thank you.
question for
Appreciate
staff.
the clarification. Oh, hold it, I think one more question.
One more question. Would you just clarify, for the record, Rick, what are the zoning allowances for the proposed zoning change? What is the height allowance going to be?
Well, they would come in under a plan development.
I
So it would be similar to virtually a lot of the other plan developments that you've seen. We have standards in place. They may necessarily seek waivers, whether it be height, setbacks, open space, et cetera. We certainly would want to minimize that. Again, we're not approving the site plan. We're actually meeting with the applicant later this week to discuss their latest plan. So that's on a different time frame. That's on a different review cycle, if you will.
Right. So there's no base established height that's granted just by virtue of the zoning change?
It's like some of the applications you heard earlier today. They could seek waivers and seek a higher height.
I hope that didn't count against my rebuttal time.
It is.
Look, I think I can simplify this for everyone. Number one, we're not voting on a site plan tonight. As you know, we're voting on a FLU amendment and a zoning amendment, and I can further simplify it by reiterating your point. The parade of horribles that Mr. Pinsky is concerned about, that this project is not built, and then someone comes along and builds a much taller, denser project, is an impossibility because the city holds the keys to this. They do not turn over the deed to the property until the project that they have approved, the way they approved it, is CO'd. So that is not a possibility. Even if it were a possibility, the Senate Bill 102 that allows you the highest height within 1 mile and the greatest density in the city would be less density because it's only 32 units to the acre. That's the highest density in the city. So his fear that it would get worse, it would actually get better and be lower density. And I don't think you can find a tall building within a 1 mile radius of this site. So I think this is much ado about nothing. It is very clear, and this has not been sprung on anyone last minute. This has been talked about and front page of the newspaper above the fold for 10 years now. There have been multiple meetings, including multiple SENA meetings, and I think 10 of the 14 SENA board members support the project as presented. But let me give you the metrics just so everyone understands the numbers and they're not being confused with false information. The proposal that was originally taken to the city was 210 dwelling units and 35,000 square feet of retail. That is what the city commission picked. After the city commission selected this development team, they came back to this development team and said, guess what? The Florida legislature enacted House Bill 1339, which we have codified as ordinance 306-22, and we want you to build more workforce housing. They can build up to 420 units. They are proposing 358. Again, let me repeat that. They can build 420 units. They're proposing 358. They can build 425,000 square feet of commercial in addition to the 420 units. They're proposing 17,000 square feet. So let me say that again. 425,000 is what they can do, and they're proposing 17,000, which is a fraction of what they could do, and it's half of what the city commission selected. Why did they cut the commercial space in half from 35,000 feet to 17,000 feet when they increased the density count? So that they wouldn't create a traffic impact. In fact, they reduced the traffic impact on the order of 30%. We have our traffic engineer here who can corroborate if I have the numbers correct. So it is less of a traffic impact than what the city commission approved, and what the city commission approved, their SENA board approved. So none of the arguments that you've heard this evening make any sense in the context of what they previously supported based on a concern about additional traffic. And there's no concern about what could be built if this project wasn't built, for the reason you expressed, Mr. Chairman. The city holds the keys to this. So I don't want anyone in this room to be distracted from what we're doing this evening, which is a flu amendment to CE, recommended by the city, also known to the city commission when they selected an applicant. In fact, they knew it when they issued the ITN. They knew that no matter who the developer was, they would have to change this to CE, because the city commission, as a matter of policy, wanted a mixed-use development, and there's only one way you can get mixed-use development, with a CE flu designation. So it was understood from the beginning by the 5 city commissioners and administration. So none of this comes as a surprise to anyone. So respectfully, I'd like to reorient us to what's on the table this evening, which is the flu amendment to CE and the zoning amendment back to what it was for 100 years, which is commercial general, which would allow this project to go forward, or, in Mr. Pinsky's concern, an even less dense project should this fall through.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
All right, let's bring it back to the board. So I will ask, is anyone concerned about this project? Is anyone not supportive of this project?
Long overdue.
Yeah, I lived on the south end for 13 years, 2005 to 2018. I personally don't think the city should have ever been involved in buying land. I personally participated in 3 to 4 charrettes. RMA did too, all about what we were going to do with that. We were going to join it with the golf course, and somebody submitted a proposal about doing the golf course and the property together, reactivating that waterway. It's definitely long overdue, and based on the, I know it's not the plan that you're, it's what the plan should look like. It's a gateway piece to the city. It's an entrance to the city. And, yeah, I think we need to get it off the city's books and get it developed.
We need something better than Bud's Chicken as a gateway.
Yeah, we've been talking about workforce housing ever since I joined this board. I know it predates me. Either we're serious about it or not. This is city-owned property. This is a project that has really good people behind it, and it has a lot, but not universal support. So,
Yeah, I feel like the fact that this is a local development team, I think it speaks volumes. I don't think that they would do something that would, obviously they're gonna make money, but this is what this city really deserves.
well, then I'm looking for a motion.
And
We
I just
need 2
wanted to
motions.
add-
I'm sorry.
No, I just wanted to add a couple remarks. I applaud the applicant for agreeing to develop a property that they wouldn't yet own.
No, I would not have done that. I'm
I think
sorry.
maybe the city could have achieved, some security by maybe adding a deed restriction or something like that, but I definitely applaud that, and I think it gives some comfort
Yeah.
to the community for taking that route.
Okay, then I'm looking for a motion.
Motion.
We actually need 2 motions, right, Mr. Thomas? All right,
All right. I move that the planning board recommend to the city commission approval of a 2-part request by Tyler Woolsey of Urban Studio on behalf of Woodfield Flagler Venture LLC for the following to allow the development of a workforce housing project. Planning board case number 1429B, a small-scale future land use map amendment to change the FLU designation of the property consisting of approximately 6.51 acres and located at 8111 South Dixie Highway from multifamily to commercial east. number 2, Planning Board Case Number 1429C, a rezoning to change the zoning designation of the property consisting of approximately 6.51 acres and located at 8111 South Dixie Highway from residential plan development to general commercial. The motion is based on the testimony presented at the hearing, along with the application submitted and the staff report, which constitute competent substantial evidence. The planning board hereby makes findings of fact that the application complies with the required standards in policy 1.15 of the City of West Palm Beach Comprehensive Plan and section 94-32A of the City of West Palm Beach Zoning and Land Development Regulations, ZLDRs.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. We need a second motion?
Both
Oh,
are
they
in
both were. Oh, goodness, all right. I think then we are left with code revision cases, of which there are none, other business, unfinished business, new business. If nothing more, Angela, you saying something?
Nothing else, just want to wish everybody happy holidays. And
Thank
see you
you,
next year.
and same to you. All right, happy holidays to all. We stand adjourned.